approximately 4 minutes on top of that, whatever you might be listening to my voice. Okay, so yeah, thank you all. It's a bit of hectic this evening, but we'll stay through it. So today is the 4th of April 2023, the year of our Lord. And fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this evening is a bit of emergency, but I need to come on air to clear some doubts and some shenanigans that has been going on, the servitude that the enemy at the gates and the gang of criminals that have tried to possess the possession they will never ever in their lifetime. This evening, there are some things I want to lay to bear. But before then, our hero and heroines that have laid down more than in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. That's the issue that we'll be dealing with this evening. I'm not gonna take too long on this broadcast. It's going to be very short and explosive. As you all can see on the screen, they kill us once again. Why? The faceless Chinas Amoru and cohort led our comrades to their early graves. This is what we'll be talking about this evening. And everybody must bear in mind that anybody disobeys our supreme leader Mazim Nnamdi Kanu is a attract heavy consequences. Very massive one. Very massive one. And I see so many people talking about people should hack in and hear and follow instruction. And it beat my imagination on the direction that these men are and they want to lead our people. They have sold out. But our duty here is to let Biafrans know without any prejudice. Tonight, I want to bring it to your attention that what happened in Aba was a pure state managed by Chike Doziem. He is the one claiming to be the HND leading IPOB. His henchman, which is the faceless China Sanworu that lives in desert sniffing dust, is the one they have unleashed like a mad dog to be making unguarded statements, endangering the life of our people. That is not enough. They stage unwarranted protest that Onyendu have standing order. Our leader have cancelled every form of gathering of IPOB or protest in Biafra land before ever even he was renditioned. Having said that, if you want to be those that want to disobey Onyendu and go on a rampage on claiming that they are in solidarity march for Onyendu, I will not blame our comrade, but who are we blaming? Are those China Sanworu proclaimed that they're going to be a protest. I'm going to play his voice here. What he said in Radio Biafra yesterday is not my interest because everything he said, he lied. Because on the 31st, when this incident happened, never any of them come out to say any word. They never uttered a word because immediately this thing happened, they held a meeting. This is not hearsay. This is what happened with their media rats they've got, not to mention what has transpired in Aba. That is why if you listen to my broadcast, the last broadcast I made, I said I will not mention on Friday. The day this thing happened, I made a broadcast. And I said I will not say a word until we ascertain what happened on the ground. Some people were saying that, oh, Canon Takano share the protest. Why wouldn't they share the protest? These are Biafrans. And we cannot come out to grass our own. That is how you know those that had are pure. You guys are vindictive. Because whatever that comes good from IPOB, you never shared it. You think he's going to be petty like you people? People that have given everything, the two parents have died. 2017, Canon Takano was present in Afaruku Ibek. He saw what happened there. Just like the faceless monk is comparing what have transpired in Aba and what happened on September 14, 2017. Ironically. And people are saying, oh, he shared it. He shared it. And so flipping what? Because he's Biafrans. So protest, because if you stage protest claiming that these are ESN, we don't need to tell you what to do. Back in the day, we staged so many protests. And those protests was managed properly, timely, without casualty. IPOB underdogs from 2015, 16, 17. We sustained so many casualties, and that was what brought IPOB where we are, because people decided to lay their life. And IPOB, anytime we are on protest, we are what they call on-spot account. Those that will be giving report what is happening on the ground. On Radio Biafra, the person that was shouting that this Abia State ESN State Command was not connected to Radio Biafra to tell Radio Biafra what was happening, but he's on Facebook telling the DSS that this is Abia State ESN State Command. Ironically, you guys set up our people to be mowed down. Over 50 men were mowed down yesterday. The injured one and over 100 of them are missing, courtesy of men that are claiming they are the leadership. And you want people to listen to you? Haven't I said this to Chinasa Nworu or whatever that guy name is, or whoever that is propelling this monster? That in the real world, if you have not known, I told you, go and study about Liberia and Sierra Leone. This is the recent rebel war that have gone. What is it called? The Ugandans and Burundis. That was a bit. Houthis is a bit far. I'm talking about what's happened recently. The United Nations Commission inquiry in Sierra Leone and knew those people that were, indicted, all of them, including Charles Taylor. That's what I've told you, that you're going to smell the same thing. You people see UN motive, you don't understand how UN function, but I don't want to dabble into that. What I'm here specifically to lay to bear tonight to be Biafran to understand that what transpired in Aba was orchestrated to kill our people. That is why 72 hours, just like when Onyendu told them to suspend sit at home, disobedience of Mazen Nande cannot attract a heavy consequences. And our people, blood has been, there's a bloodbath in the land of Biafra on 31st of March 2023, courtesy of Chike Doziem. I just want to make Biafrans understand. They came on Radio Biafra yesterday telling you they didn't know about the broadcast, but forgotten that he opened his mouth and said they're going to be a series of broadcast. And Abia State coordinator was on the phone with them. I will come to that. So this broadcast is solemnly. I have been saying this from day one. A lot of people don't understand where we are coming from. We don't just come out and we don't accuse people falsely. Chinasa Nworu, if he's a human being, like I say, I have defended him as a hierarchy of IPOB, and I have evidence to prove it. But when we discover that this guy, because when Chike doesn't fail with other enclaves they have gone around, they couldn't achieve anything, now they decided to use somebody that nobody knows who he is, vastly, now to perpetrate their crimes. Approaching people. Chinasa Nworu is an Engwa man, so Aba is his hench place. He knows what is happening there. He can't come here and tell you that he was not on the phone on when this protest was going on. And they allowed those guys to march from where they started to where all this whole thing took place. And Abia State coordinator was wearing black. You ask yourself why. Why was he was an easy target. That's the reason why they asked him to wear that black trouser. Why did he separate himself from others? Since they have sold Aba Fendi or whatever they call it, they say the solidarity to Onyendu. How hypocritical you guys will be is not for Mazen Nandekane. Biafrans must understand that the protest that happened in Aba was not for the interest of Onyendu. Just like Onyendu told them, suspend the sit at home 72 hours. They went ahead and do that. And now they're telling you that to obey the leadership, that one mistake. No, they know that one mistake will cost a lot. You see, this is the reason why we have been telling you guys you need to activate your frontal lobe. We are not here to pet people. But Chinasa Nworu and Chike Doziem and this gang of criminals have they killed, after they have engineered the mastermind, the criminality in the Biafra land is not enough for them, but now they have come out now to set up IPOB members and murder them in the cold blood. And telling you that they was not aware. You listen to the idiot, what he was talking. Every time he come to the Radio Biafra, I remember before even the election, he was ranting that ESN was going to go and defend the Igbos in Lagos. He making a cynical comment. All these comments is detrimental to our leader. ESN was solemnly formed to protect our farmlands and our bushes. Onyendu said if you see any ESN in our township, that person must be arrested. Then now you guys set up our people on the background There's a lunatic that lives in Aba, one girl they call Cindy Peters or whatever they call his name. I will mention his name tonight because all of them must understand that whatever they have done, that we are aware of what they did. To kill our people is the last thing you will do. And at the end of the day, you come out and deny that you should obey the leadership. I'm asking you, which leadership are they going to obey? You guys have sowed the seed of decoy. You can nobody know who you are, and nobody will respect you. Nobody will take command from you. I've said this over time. People don't understand. We're not dabbling into security in Biafra land. That's not hidden anymore. Chinas and I'm going to play your voice here. If you're a human being, even your ears know that you are killing our people. It's not something that is hidden. It's not hidden anymore. There's nothing hidden there anymore. It's not a hidden stuff. It is quite transparent. And he have busted with ESN. He have done a lot of, state manage, come out and show force about ESN, what you can do or what you cannot do. He lives in Kuwait, not in Biafra land. And I think people will be loyal to you when you're not loyal to our leader. Are you insane? Are you that demented? Or you don't think? Or because you have set out to kill our people? You guys have collected money. I will upload what he wrote here. The election have gone because you guys knew you guys have collected bribe. You and Okezi Bazu gave you guys money. And now he perfected it now to share the blood of our people. You are quick to write, you come into Radio Biafra. You're quick to respond in things. But after you murdered our people, now you start blogging in your page. We have all the information. Like we said, you guys are learners. You have to go and check China Sanwo-Olu on 31st. What did China Sanwo-Olu do from 31st to 1st second? Till yesterday he come to the yapping. What was he writing about? He only responded when we called him out. That was the only thing what he did. Now he compared it to what happened in Afale Kuibe, what happened at Aba High School. But forgetting that all this incident you call that was a responsive when these things happened. That we were there. Men were on the ground. Radio Biafra was on, checkmating whatever that have transpired on those incidents you have mentioned. You see how you making mockery of yourself? Now they're killing Igbo in Lagos. This is utterances you guys are igniting Radio Biafra. That is why one useless man there, one APC man mentioned IPOB. IPOB now become like henchman to you people. IPOB is a household name. Our people have paid the ultimate price. We are not gangster or bandits. We set outside, we set the goals, we set our agenda. Nobody set agenda for us. But you guys came to bastardize IPOB. What they planned on 2015 to weaken IPOB within is what you guys come to perfect. But I told you guys, every single one of you, you eat your flesh of your own flesh. For daring this time around in 2023 to share, to water the blood of Biafrans in Biafra land. In pursuit of what only God knows what you people want. You want Mazen and kind of death. And when it comes to Okukano family, your body itches. I said it from day one that they have a pathological hatred. Your hatred to Okukano family is unparalleled. Because your anger, you are the first person that come on Radio Biafra to malign the Onyendu's family. And nitwit Abba and follow suit. And now you guys ganked up to kill our people. I want to make it abundantly clear. I'm not going to be here for long. I just want Biafrans to know that Chike Doziem and China Sanwo-Olu, the faceless monk that live in desert, whatever they have done, just like Chike Doziem said, at the end of the day, I'm going to play their voices, that he's going to take the responsibility of what has happened. And I thank God that now, the majority of them now knew that when he disobeyed, that one mistake, just the one mistake they did to disobey Onyendu, Biafra land was aflame. Over 1 million people have died because of cost of the sit at home. Whatever that happened in IPOB today because of that particular one mistake you people make. Just like as you are yapping now. What's happening in Aba? You claiming that he didn't know. So what was the one mistake? What was the one mistake? People like us, I called you out when I called you out and I said it. No apology. I don't just talk anyhow. There's something you can give to me. The moment I found out you compromised, that is, your generation will become sorry. You men are evil. But now you're saying revenge. I wonder how you're going to revenge. I hope you're not going to be in Kuwait telling people to revenge in Biafra land. I'm sounding this warning to every IPOB member and even our volunteers. And the real because I know that the real ESN cannot come down on the ground and be doing that nonsense they're doing. We share it because we cannot start castigating whatever. We want to see your intentions. What our intentions are. What's your strategy? I think second to the last broadcast he came, people are writing, you will employ some rubbish idiots. They'll be writing rubbish on competing with Onyendu. Yeah, broadcast people will be writing bulletin about it. Yapping you cannot back up. And a cowardice that cannot show his common face. And who the heck do you think you are? You guys take the life of our people. What happened in high school, Abba? What happened in the head bridge, Onitsha? What happened in Iguacha? What happened in all these are sacrifices. It has got nothing to do with what you have just done in Aba. This is not for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You guys managed to murder our people and lied about it 72 hours. None of you said a word. Huh? And you're telling me that you're a leader. You're opening your gut to talk about leadership. Open all your generation or whatever you guys are. You guys are evil. I'm telling Biafrans in Biafra land, just know you today that China Sanwo-Olu, like I said, one thing people must take home is that China Sanwo-Olu is not a ESN commander. Onyendu never mentioned China Sanwo-Olu. Not even Chikedozie mentioned his name. China Sanwo-Olu was one time Middle East rep which he couldn't savage before he started introducing. Once Onyendu was apprehended and rendition, he started coming to them and said that he's member of the OS. His tone changed. That was when he's trying to groom himself. Firstly, approach Canon Takan to take over. Agenda, everything that guy said, I said it from onset. Whatever he said is what he's doing already. What I want you to take from this broadcast tonight, because it's going to be a very short one, is that what happened in Aba, the protest in Aba, it is not for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You see how they attack, you see how they try to tag our leader with evil. They went and sold Fendi, wasting money. All the money they have been stolen, all the money they have hijacked. What is the need of all this nonsense for? It's showing uniform Fendi for our boys on the ground to march. Why people are dying, lying in the hospital, you wasting money to show uniform for them. That's your solidarity with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Says who? Did Mazen Nnamdi Kanu carry you to be solidarity with him? Don't you know what to do to obey Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's orders? What was the only thing Onyendu asked? You guys are talking about now, if you make one mistake. But the mistake, you guys have made it over and over and over and again. And sit on top of it. Now you guys have come out emboldened to set up IPOB member and murder them. Abia state coordinator knows much. That is why they have decided to kill him in a cold blood. That is why he was wearing that black alone, because he was an easy target. And the girl that was shouting, not only the girl, there's two voices. There's another guy again that was shouting that this is ESN, Abia State Command. I'm asking you tonight, what was all of that for? Even if they are volunteer force in IPOB, who are you signaling to that this is ESN? Because as ESN, you should prove what makes you ESN. That's what I told you guys the day I had someone writing China Sanwo-Olu is a security professor. I was like, are we this docile? Professor on what? On having security badges. That what makes you a security? Who cares? But he can't do it from offsite. He can't do it offsite. Slaughtered our people in a cold blood. In the name of what? You want to please your paymasters. Chikedozie. And where's Chikedozie? Where's Mr. Memo? H&D. A vegetable. I told you guys that the day you watch you guys for a very long time. And I said it's my own. I don't. When I came out, it is you. Is my problem. Because all of you know that we all know ourselves. When 2015, who were you 2015? You are nobody. When you Chomofo made you H&D after Omiyomio they went, we all here. There's nothing there. But I don't betray anybody. We respect you guys based on the code of conduct of IPOB and obey before complain. And we obeyed you people. I know what happened to me when Omar America came here. After I knew that all this was state managed. Came here to destroy. After Omar America came to United Kingdom was divided into 5. And we warned you people ahead of it. But we all knew, and I knew what this institute has sustained because of that particular protest. Nobody knows about it. It's my own problem. But it remains in my name. So tonight, Biafrans, I just want to let you understand that there's nothing they have done that is in interest of Biafrans or IPOB or Mazen Nandekane. These men have their own agenda. Chike Doziem now is the new leader of the Biafran community, whatever they have formed their community. The same thing they even went to Israel, trying to push them to change our name in Israel. That's how far they have gone. They have an agenda. This man does not represent Mazen Nandekane, neither they represent IPOB. I want to let you understand. I'm going to play one video here. This is the fake ESN, because if it's ESN carries, they're in the bush defending our land. So why would you set up our men and call Nigerian ESS with their military men to come and kill our people? And you guys uttered no word. And you have the nerve to compare it with what happened in 2015, 16, 17. That our then deputy leader never sleep. 24 hours is on air. Whatever happened, on spot account will keep the record. And you have the nerve. The infantry. So, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, let it be known that on 31st of March 2023, that Chike Dozieman and his gangs set our people up in Aba. Over 50 men is gone. Those that are injured, and over 100 is missing. Because you can see the multitude of people that were in that protest. And we know how we stage protests when we do one. So, we always hold them responsible on their own words. I have some write-ups here. Maybe I'm going to stray through it, right? Which I'm not going to dwell too much on them because I'm not going to be so long here. Yeah? Now, the reason why I'm putting this thing up here is because China Sanworu, only response he had on his Facebook after this incident happened was response. This is what he wrote. He said, tell that idiot that the same reason that led to massacre of our people in Afaruki Beg, National High School Abampo, and many others placed in Biafra land is the same reason why our people were massacred in Aba on 31st of March 2023. Can you listen to this to show you? And the same person coming back telling you he didn't know. He didn't know who staged the protest. And the audio that where he said it is here. Those who were massacred were not protesting for the release of Chike Doziem, China Sanworu Chike Doziem, or any member of DOS. They were protesting for the release of Mazen Nandekane. Do you see the vendetta? Now, he's trying to build alibi that he was protesting for Mazen Nandekane. Mazen Nandekane never asked you to protest for him. Onyendu made it abundantly clear. Onyendu have indefinitely suspend any form of gathering, IPOB in Biafra land, and protest. And that order remained the same. That was the reason why he told you people not to suspend the seat at home, which is the ghost town. But do you see how this guy is an evil person? Because he's a vendetta. Now he's trying to justify that he's doing it for Mazen Nandekane. You're not doing it for Mazen. That's one thing I came here to clarify to Biafrans. It's not for Mazen Nandekane. It's for your own agendas. You people have sowed that seed of decoy, and your generations will not come out of it alive. China Sanworu is not it's not Nworu in the DSS dungeon. Do you see how he's mocking our leader? Nworu is not in DSS dungeon. People should be reasonable sometimes before they come out on social media to talk rubbish out of their hatred against China Sanworu. Nobody knows who you are. You are a faceless monk. No, who is now, when somebody is talking, people that live in stock and dead will be talking as well. You claim that you are leadership. You're doing it for Mazen Nandekane. He's not doing it for Mazen Nandekane. You're doing it for your own agenda. Okay, see, as well, you are following Baman have given you money. All of you guys have shared a bag of money. Nothing else. Election is over. The PDP lost. I continue. This is the exactly, and look at what he says here. He said, I know election is over. They have banked all they are collected from politicians and they want to come out on social media again to cause nuisance to public. Exactly what he has done. And now he's telling you that. Exactly what he has done. And this one is another thing again he wrote after that is again. He's now complimenting the zoo military as they threaten. They said, oh, don't threaten us. Of Nigerian IG, warning IPOB, stroke ESN, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant Farouk or Yaya, has warned that neither IPOB, ESN or none other group of individuals should threaten the integrity of the nation as enshrined in the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this is what he wrote. He's complimenting them for what they did. He never said anything against what they did. Now, the next thing now is now accepting what the so-called Yaya have said. The Chief of Army Staff. Yeah? To show you that they are working hand in hand. This picture here you can see here is the Abia State coordinator. You see the guy down there with the black is wearing. Yeah? It's Akparawa Mende. This is IPOB. This is IPOB Abia State coordinator. This guy was on the conference call. The ironic of all this whole thing is that this, you know, when he was narrating about how they called, they made a phone call, all these things was bunkum. China Sanworu and Chike Doziem was on a conference call with this Akparawa Mende, which is Abia State coordinator. They were on phone, on the ground, even when this guy was shot. This particular lady they call Cindy Peters was far away from him because he was on the front with megaphone. And he was an easy target. They picked him up. And when he fell, they went on a meeting. Instantly, when this guy fell, the so-called media worms they have, all these riffraffs, now said they would never mention even his name. If we didn't call them out, they couldn't have come out. He came. God, listen, I don't listen to them. You know, if there's anything important to pick up on them, I will. But I George Ume will never waste my 1 minute. Say I'm listening to China Sanwo. But I'm saying to you that Akparawa Mende was in the conference call with Chike Doziem and China Sanwo and others when this protest was going on, and they were leading them where how to march. More than 45 minutes they were marching. If these guys come out, our people normally do protest sometimes. 15 minutes, everybody's gone. But not to identify themselves to the magnitude. White is everywhere, and only him is wearing black with a megaphone. Easy target. Easy target. And they set them up and murdered him because you know why? Akparawa Mende knows all the atrocity that Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals have committed in Aba. And they have no option to use Cindy. That Cindy of a girl is who they have using to terrorize and kill so many IPOB members in Abia State. I'm saying it tonight unequivocally. So all these things they are doing, they think we can sit down here and watch them. What we are saying is that these people will have their own day. Because this is a pure genocide. Annihilation of our people. This now, China Sanwo and Chike Doziem, now they saw about Fendi for them to justify the money they have collected from every country. Stifle IPOB finance, that is their agenda. But we're here to tell them that, you see where you guys are going, including your media worms. I want all of you. There's no amount of state manage you guys will do will save any of you. Because at the end of the day, you guys have soiled your hands. And the wrath of Chukwukabiama will visit all your generations. They murdered this gentleman for no reason. Because he knows too much. And Chinas, I want to tell you that they didn't know. The phone they're talking about was a conference call they were in when they were marching. Another thing again I want you to take home is the so-called barrister. The property lawyer before in Abuja, which is Ejiofor. Ejiofor went to visit Onyendi yesterday. Ironically, this cut and paste that he normally does, he never mentioned to Onyendi what happened in Aba. Ejiofor on this, I'll just put it here. Ejiofor never mentioned the slaughtering of our comrades in Aba to Onyendi. Tells you all you need to know. He went to visit Onyendi yesterday. What he does is copy and paste. Copy and paste, nothing else you do. But to tell you how vicious and evil these men are, he never disclosed to Onyendi what happened. That our men was lean by them and murdered in Aba. Aba is the heart of our leader. Anybody remember when Onyendi went to Aba in 2014? Aba is there to Onyendi. Anybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Aba is there to our leader. Something cannot happen to even one IPOB member. There must be emergency broadcast. 72 hours. These monsters never said a word. I just want to bring, even Ejiofor himself is complicit because all of them are the ones collecting money from, when he said that they're collecting money from politicians, they know that money that was collecting, that's what that happened between them and Soludo. Soludo now discovered that without Onyendu, there won't be everlasting. Because if I wanted to come out today, Onyendu, one word you said, everywhere will come. They don't want that to happen, but it will happen eventually. At the end of the day, Mazinanka will come out alive. Just like I saw of you are eating yourself alive now. That's the reason why I just want to bring it to your notice. Now, I want to play the video. This video here is so-called ESN under one command. This is not ESN. These are the clear squad Chinas and his gang of criminals. The moment they have started from IPOB, they gang up, that is the people they're going to send on people on the ground. If the media worms cannot, or they're paying all their media worms. If they could not achieve their vendetta with their media worms, now they will send the government to kill you. I'm gonna play the voice here. It's not me that said it. It's one of their boys opened their mouth and said that Chinas are actually killing people. So I'm gonna put it here. You hear with your own voice. Well, these are one of the ones he used. According to them, remember when he went to Ohofia, they claimed that there was cadet. You remember how many people they murdered in Ohofia after that? Nigerian soldier invaded Ohofia. After that cadet passing out, they claimed them. Where are those men today? He told you one time that these were going to be arresting people. This guy have made unguarded statement. Somebody even in Fasauna. He's not, I don't know what, maybe anybody that know him, whoever is selling with him need to ask his supplier to give him a proper one. Because he said things and forget about what you have said. Forgotten that there are people out there that take record of what you guys are doing. ESN Onyendu made it clear to the whole world that ESN was a necessity, was formed to protect our land. You have made in cynical comment, even extending it to Yoruba land, that now costing lives and properties of Biafrans. But you don't know when you make those comments. I don't want to dabble into that. But your words spiked a lot. Even the so-called, some of APC, so-called Igwe is not, there's no Igwe outside Biafra land. In the chair. Then at the end of the day, he claimed that IPOB will come. They will pay IPOB, give IPOB job. IPOB job, for crying out loud. We sponsor whatever we do. That's why we're IPOB. Onyendu refuse somebody to buy our transmitter in 2014. I overheard you talk about there was going to be a transmitter he bring in Biafra land. I ask you again, the one we bought in 2014, where is it? Is it not you people that told the SS? It's in the SS dungeon. Custody tomorrow morning. That was why Benjamin Imanibu was involved in what is happening. Because that transmitter was in his house. That's how Benjamin Imanibu would get involved. That's why he was arrested. Now you're talking about another transmitter. He want to undo Mazin and the kind of this riffraff. He come to them ranting like a mad dog. People are you employ some riffraff nitwicks. They are appalling you. Once you're yapping, they'll be writing on social media as if there's something to back it up. You send our people, they murder, they kill them. What can you do? You want to revenge? Make sure, including your sister in Italy, all of you are in Aba, who you want to revenge. But any IPOB that have that discerning mind must not pay attention to this individual, must not listen to this individual. That is why you have killed so many of our commanders, because why? They cannot take order from you, they don't know who you are. You might be a messenger, secret one, but you want to make yourself relevant. By force! If you guys have done what you've done in abroad, I said it before, how much more people that maybe that look up to you guys, what you guys will do to them? But I tell you one thing, you see you guys, none of you will go scot-free on what you have. The crime, we have all the records. Chike doesn't say we take responsibility. Now it's open. You're running away. I thought I have the video, I have the audio here that said your chief of staff. You are chief of staff of where? Government. IPOB is not a government. We are freedom fighters. This is where you guys get yourself messed up. We don't have leadership within leadership in IPOB. We have only one central command, the Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody else. Everybody take order, everybody follow suit. Nobody, no bagger. Only one Nnamdi Kanu, one central command in everything we do. For your information, You guys are doing some riffraffs. You want to turn this into Anaylsis and Igbo, even more dangerous than Anaylsis and Igbo. Not IPOB. So-called Igbo in Lagos say he's going to be paying IPOB. Pay which IPOB? Which IPOB is he paying to come and protect him? And you started this nonsense. And now the music is singing. Even they mock them, those that are fine, protect themselves or to agree. You know, he talks so much unguardedly, this guy. Because people know you, but if you're a man enough, show that your monkey face, then people will deal with you properly. Chine's Chike Doziem now is gone under hiding. Mr. Memo, the Chronicle of a Saboteur, the enemy at the gate have gone into hiding after stealing IPOB fund. That money will kill all of you. Now, I want to play another video again.
International.
This is the video.
They are shooting at us.
That's all.
We are peaceful fighters and they are shooting at us. Nigerian government are shooting at us. We are peaceful fighters and Nigerian government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Throwing targets everywhere. We are peaceful fighters. We are peaceful fighters and they are shooting at us. You can hear the gunshots.
For your information, the person that's shouting like this mad dog is the so-called Cindy Peters. Is the girl that sold out our people, and now she's hiding somewhere when these men are being mowed down. This girl is hiding somewhere. Now, she's hiding somewhere, confirming that they are killing them. This is the person China Sanwo. This is the China Sanwo henchman in Aba, henchmissis in Aba. Cindy Peters. That ugly monk. These people are evil.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Viewers worldwide, this is the Instant Security Network Abia State Command.
Did you hear it? This is another version. This is a man, somebody is recording this and telling the DSS and the Nigerian army who they are. They are not armed. We don't have ESN in our township. It's on record. Onyendi said it. But listen, Cindy said the same thing. This guy who knows this guy is saying the same thing. I given them clue who these guys are. And after that, the bloodbath came in.
And the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and Abia State, on a peaceful protest to demand for the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and also asking the Nigerian federal government to adhere to their own court order and release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. It's happening. It's happening. The people are en masse. The people have come out en masse to demand for the total release, to demand for the total freedom of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. We are asking for nothing. Our decision is just simple. Our demand is just simple. Nigerian government should obey their own court order and release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
is if you go back on this video, you see this, you see the Abia State coordinator is the person lying down there, and yeah, the same girl is the one shouting. She's hiding somewhere and doing this because Mende was an easy target, and as soon as he was felled, China Sanwo-Olu and his gang of Chikeduzium, they held a meeting. Nobody to spoke about this. If we didn't call them out, nobody should have known that Mende is gone. When Canon Takano, they say Canon Takano shared it. Canon Takano shared it with a good faith. If you guys know what we are doing, it concerns Biafra. His two parents have died, and he think he will fold his hand and watch you make a mockery of what people have paid with their price. So when you guys say you are the leadership, yeah, you are the chief of staff, aren't you? So if you guys stage protest, we will support you. But when we found out that now you have staged protest to kill our people, then we won't let you go. All you have to say, if you know what to do to restore Biafra, do it. And if you know what to do not to restore, like as you guys have hell bent now that Biafra will not be restored. You are the ones now. You are the real enemies within. Mendy was shot, and this girl, the so-called Cindy, was shouting. The young man is lying there, lifeless. Look at him there. He's lying there lifeless. And she's somewhere. He's there. He's wearing black. It's very easy to identify. He's the only person wearing black trouser, pants among all the people. All the Fendi, fake Fendi they sold in Aba, wasted our money. Was just to prove a point. That's why sometimes you see them, the state managed people bring them out to justify the money they have embezzled because they cannot give account of it. I know a lot of people have forgotten, but I'm going to bring it back because I will go back to finance. I'm going to lay bare 747,000 before we go to Umueri account. And now, question of the money that they have collected for the last 15 months. Where is those money? That's what I justify in here to you to see. But it's very, very heartbreaking. You can see how our people came out, even though protest has been suspended. But China Sanwo-Olu, I'm going to play his voice here where he said that protests are going to kick off home and abroad. He said it with his own mouth. And he's denying after he killed our people because they didn't reach out with our people. Let's see. Mende is dead. He's gone. Yeah. He's gone. So I'm gonna play the voice of just to us to know.
Alpha Power Media
This year they confirm him. No, 1 second. It's not this.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And you expect Mazin and but if you have fruit.
I know there's some people that don't understand it, but because this guy is a clown. The guy is actually saying that this demented monk that lives in South Africa, because everything is about they're going after our leader's family. But I told him the day they cast that stone is the day they sow the seed of Bitcoin. Now he's justifying and telling you that China Sanwo-Olu is actually killing. There's another audio where he said that they're sending DSS. They don't hide it anymore. Even the Dracula teeth in Austria have said it about, giving people's name to DSS. So it's not something hidden. Now, this one is confirming it here. They will label you something, just like I saw, it will tag you something. Now, when you want to kill a dog, give him a bad name. Just like us, I will give an example of myself. Because I'm a principal officer. When they can't get their way, they tag you something and they kill that person. I said it before. So now he's saying that if somebody starts stealing, how do you know that they're stealing? If you are not stealing with them. But it's confirming it here. That actually China Sanwo-Olu. So these people that were more than on 31st, what was their crime? I'm asking. Just a question. What crime have they committed? What crime would you tell Onyendu that have committed? While Onyendu told you, you are not protesting for Martin Nandekano. You are on your own. You guys are on your own. The reason for that protest has not been clear to anybody. And that's not a good, because if it was something that was real, Radio Biafra was on. Every protest we have done in Biafra land, Ike Peters is there, Arozi is there, there's other people, other broadcasters in Radio Biafra. Why wouldn't they be connected and be talking on spot account? But it's on Facebook. You're telling the ESS that this is Abia State ESN command. Yeah? But this guy here now, you know, when I told him that, you know, the loudest person in the room is the weakest point, just like Chinas and Woru, because him, that's, you know, a lot of dust that the guy have sniffed in desert have blocked his Omilangata. And second of all, because he's a pseudo person, so he can be up talking anyhow. After drinking and smoking high, then he come out and be ranting. And now as they plan it, they'll be clapping for him as if it is irrelevant. That's nobody that know you, my brother. You're nobody. You are nothing. As long as IPOB is concerned, he could not savage common Middle East. They gave you. You couldn't do nothing about it. Till tomorrow morning. You say you are a member of the US. What is your portfolio? Nobody ever asked you that question. I'm asking you. But listen to him. Because this is one of their... Now they're talking about religion. It's not religion. You see everything in life. That's what they call boomerang. And karma is real. The next... They are coming for you guys. You see, everything you people done in secret will come in open. In nutshell. That's why I don't have permanent friend, neither enemy. But the day we find you wanting, we will shred you. It's a promise.
Chinasa is pointing finger. So then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That is the question.
I hope you guys are listening. Chief of staff. Did you hear that? Chief of staff indeed. I said this over time. IPOB is not a democratic elected government. None of all this clown were elected by anybody. It is the structure that was set up. It's only appointment. And only man that have that power to appoint and dismiss who is our spinning Amazon Namdekan. You see, when they started talking about this equal right within IPOB, I warned them. We are not yet a political. We have not achieved what we are fighting for. We are into what they call quasi-military system. Get that into your things calls before you're ranting about calling a moron. You people have structured IPOB as a zoo system. You're giving Chinas and Woru, you're hyping Chinas and Woru. A faceless idiot that nobody know who he is. Somebody that you don't even know. Because he has no balls. His sister lives in Italy. We have our picture and everything. We know who she is. Chinas and Woru, all his family member in Aba, all of them, they live in barracks. Some of you don't know this. All his relative lives in barrack. For the evil that had, that's why the men, they kill men, because men, they know too much. They set him up and murder the guy in cold blood. That's why he was the only person wearing black. A day will come. The testimonies is something of heard. But listen to him.
Because they may be as a member. They need to Zoom machine and the mud. Now I want the madana. Then they will why. Then Chinas and Woru say, hey, ride on because maybe yes, a chile capo. I just because you are not serious.
Okay, no gear. When they cut you, they will cut your balls off. This is what somebody is saying on a social media. He will do to his own fellow comrade. Did you hear that? Did you just hear that? So, how do you justify the zoo when they kill our people? This is kind of utterances that comes out of their mouth. And he told me you will not boomerang. You guys are in for a very long time.
It is wrong with you. If they think we are here to joke. They tell the Bodo, no wonder if a IPOB for some sensitive position, I have to take that because all of them hanging. About the channel, can never for the hand over to police.
I hope you had it. Ejidono hand over. I think it's clear to everybody. I think it's clear tonight to you that it is not me saying it. This is a confirmation because this is their spokesman. Even when they say they suspended me, this idiot that have never served in any capacity in IPOB, that have not dedicated in time for anything. The only thing they gain is that this guy was living where I don't know, in one of all these South African countries before Ikechukwu Onora made him to come to South Africa. When he even narrated Ikechukwu gave him 2,000 or whatever in this errand time. Imagine people, they don't fight him. Kevin Fee is a businessman with $2,000. Talking, yapping all these things and people are listening to it. Right? All they come to get from IPOB, they never gave back. They have never served IPOB with their heart. A media warrior, who made you media warrior? If goes against Onyendu before on media, caused so many issues within IPOB because you people are claiming media warrior. Who made you media warrior? Who made you media warrior? And where did he come from? Every IPOB member that have a smartphone is a media warrior. Who made you media warrior? Who made you media warrior is what I'm asking. Let's finish this audio here.
Have to be very dangerous.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Okay, I'm going to play the voice of China Sanwo-Olu more before.
Biafra Alpha Media International.
And you expect Mazen but if they have fruit. But Chinasa is pointing finger. So yes, and then then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. If ESN becomes ESN member, then you get the mad. Now, why? Then China's will say, hey, ride on because people because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. They think we are here to joke.
They come on social media and then we start chicken.
I just want to go straight to get here this guy. Yeah.
When the problem finishes, you people. That's when you have nonsense. And we are not going to take it. But our duty is to make sure protest will continue.
Did you hear it? This is Chida Sanwo-Olu saying that protest will continue. I hope everybody hear it. I don't want to dwell on this. Did you hear what he just said? He said protest will continue. So, because when they try to deny that Akwarawa Mende, which is the IPOB Abia State Coordinator, they know what happened to him, and they were in conference call with Akwarawa Mende, and everything that was happening on the ground, they were giving them all spot account secretly until he was mowed down. So, as you can hear, he said it here, that protest continue.
Everywhere, all the places we have announced it, please already have been instructed. The protest will start. Because the code is going down and people, the protest will start.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I hope you guys listen and hear what he said. So
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
We are not going to dwell on this any longer. And fellow Biafrans, is a very quick one. And like I said, tonight, let every sundry understand that China Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem does not represent IPOB, neither Mazen Nandekan. Whatever they do does not represent our leader. It's a travesty. and it's detrimental to Onyendu because they want to hide under our leader's name and commit crime, just like any other person claiming that they're under anything under Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. But we are here to repel them. I thank you, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. And probably before the week runs down, we'll come down to do more justice to this. But this is a quick one for everyone to bear in mind what has happened. We are mourning. Everybody should be in state of mourning at this point in time, because at the end of the day, so many men have gone down for no reason. For the negligence of those that are pursuing a different agenda. This is not IPOB. This is not what our leaders have suffered for. This is not why their parents have died. This is not why millions of Biafrans have died to sell out our own. China Sanwo-Olu, the faceless monk and so-called HND, the vegetable himself, the chronicle of a saboteur, Chike Dozem is an evil man. But they will never get away with this. Mark this day. Thank you. And may Chukwuka bless every single one of you. Those of them that have led their life, may their soul soldier on to fight with us until Biafra is restored. Most importantly, may Chukwuka guide and protect our leader until we meet again. Thank you and good night from here. That one. Okay, so yeah. Thank you all. It's a bit of hectic this evening, but we'll stay through it. So today is the 4th of April 2023, the year of our Lord. And fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This evening is a bit of emergency, but I need to come on air to clear some doubts and some shenanigans that has been going on. The servitude that the enemy at the gates and the gang of criminals that have tried to possess the possession they will never ever in their lifetime. This evening, there are some things I want to lay to bear. But before then, our hero and heroines that have laid down more than in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. That's the issue that we'll be dealing with this evening. I'm not gonna take so long on this broadcast. It's going to be very short and explosive. As you all can see on the screen, they kill us once again. Why? The faceless China Sanwo-Olu and cohort led our comrades to their early graves. This is what we'll be talking about this evening. And everybody must bear in mind that anybody... Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name's Amazi Georges Chukwume, and I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom. And it's a 7 minutes on top of the hour, wherever you are around the world, to know we are live. And it's 7 minutes past 8 p.m. here in United Kingdom, I think in Biafra land as well. Thank you, my fellow comrade. And today, we are still in the mourning period on what happened. The mayhem that have met us in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. Our people were massacred, and our hearts are heavy, and we are still mourning. And may the souls of those that have laid their lives to pursue this gospel, even though that those that were mowed down on the 31st of March was orchestrated by the enemy within, which we are going to go into details today. In more in-depth of what massacres in Aba and mastermind by the cabal within the DOS led by Chike Dozem, aka Enemy at the Gate. My fellow comrade, tonight, I'm here once again to educate you. Onyendu said that we believe in superior argument. One thing is certain in this journey, that regardless what anybody might think or what you do, at the end of the day, what we are fighting for is a just cause. Biafra shall be restored. And what is paramount to us is the unconditional release of our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Regardless every mechanician or distraction the enemies have orchestrated to divert our attention to pursuit of the release of our supreme leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. But tonight I indulge you, my fellow comrade, to understand that what we are doing is more physical, is more spiritual than physical. Onyendu shall be released, regardless how so many of them might have thought or what they are doing, taking authority into their hands. But what I'm assuring you tonight is our job is here to unveil those that have hell-bent that our leader will not be released, because everything they do is detrimental to our leader. Just like the one that have took place in Aba on the 31st of March 2023. The same thing that happened on the August 9th when Onyendu asked them to suspend the sit at home and they carried, and 2021, and they disobeyed our leader and went on and carried out that sit at, or that ghost town that have brought death in our land and criminality in our land till tomorrow morning. So we shall not shy away from the fact and the truth before us, because these men, little do we know, we thought they were here to restore Biafra, but they have a personal vendetta and agenda they have brought in. And they have gone to that extent now of killing our people, and it's unacceptable. We will not let them. And those their hands have soiled, those that have massacred our people on the 31st of March 2023, they all must be brought to justice. And we are letting the whole world know that that particular protest that went down on 31st of March 2023 has got nothing to do with IPOB, not Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That was a personal vendetta. It was because a man wanted to accomplish that evil. It was just to kill Akwarawa Mende. Because of that, so many lives have lost. And tonight, we are saying that this man will never go scot-free. Even though that Chike Doziem have come openly and accepted that whatever that have happened, that he will take responsibility. I want to remind some of us who does not know. I will keep on referencing to Liberia and Sierra Leone war, which is, that is what they call, is a tribal war, is the most recent one on Sub-Saharan Africa that you can think of. Now, the reason why I keep on reiterating and referencing to it, America wanted Samuel Doe out of office. That's not what they do at all time. And who do they choose to do that job for them was Charles Taylor. And in Sierra Leone, from the junta taking over, the thing escalated, and so many things happened, which I won't be mentioning name. But the reason why I want to reference this is that every crime you have committed in pursuit of whatever you might think, every single individual must be accountable on their own action. Our leader is being kidnapped and renditioned to the zoo. The whole world knew this. And whatever we have done in the past, we've done it in the past, and the sacrifice of freedom, because we want to restore the dignity of mankind and give our people a better life. As you all know today, all the things that are going on in the zoo, there is no better way than what we have chosen. It's because of our voice that some of you can speak. But the reason why I'm making this abundantly clear to every Sunday to understand that when people goes out of their way to do things on their own, not representing what we have come here or what IPOB and Mazen Nnamdi cannot stand for, it is our duty to refute all these shenanigans. So my monologue this night is that every single one of these men that are hiding under the DOS, which is the body that governs IPOB, foreseen by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, he's the only man that appoints. None of these men were elected by anybody. They were given an appointment that if there's no permanent position, and if you're not doing well as our code of conduct required, you're supposed to be there 6 months and step aside. As Chike Doziem is a failure, is nowhere to be found. Since 31st till today, He never had a voice of a leader. Forget about the junk Emma Powerful is hiding one place in Ghana or whatever he is and writing trash. That is not what represents IPOB. Onyendu will not be outside our people mow down and he's not up top of Radio Biafra and refuting and telling the world what has transpired. They came to Radio Biafra and deny our people on broad daylight. Now, I want to say this. For those that are making references of what happened in Afari Quebec, I'm going to want to tell you one thing tonight. If you call off the incident of that happened, we'll start from the Headbridge Onitsha. We'll go down to Mpo. We'll go down to High School Aba. We'll go down to Ugocha and come to Afari Quebec. All this is our sacrifices. And when all these things were happening, we are letting the whole world know what was going on. There's a 1 million difference between when you set up your own because you want to achieve something. They have murdered so many people, those that disagree with them. We that lives in abroad is a testimony of what is happening in Biafra land or what have transpired in the last 22 months within the IPOB. What evil that these men have orchestrated and what they have done. Hiding on their individual and their, in their residential countries and be committing crimes, heinous crime against our people. And I want to make it abundantly clear. There's no distraction whatsoever, not because over time, I said this thing before, when they made us busy attacking people that are quite irrelevant, they are not being responsible in the core and the fundamentals of IPOB. Onyendu say, if you know what to do to restore Biafra, go ahead and do it. And if you know what to do, not Biafra not to be restored, go ahead as well and do it. So one thing I want to indulge you tonight, the hardcore IPOB members that still have their deciding mind, I want you to know that regardless whatever saga they have brought now to divert your attention, you must not fall into it. Because these men have cut their pants down. You see this crime they committed in Aba, they will never get away with this. Not while we are still alive. China Sanworu, a faceless monk that live in deserts that sniffing dust, murdered Akwarawa Mende. Because Akwarawa Mende knows a lot about China Sanworu, the evil, the heinous crime China Sanworu have committed in Aba. It is not his own parallel. Cindy or Chisom Dream Peters. Because we don't accuse people without evidence. Everything I say, or anything I ever open my mouth tell you, I will come up with evidence to back it up. We are not here for vendettas. And I say, people saying, oh, Canon Takano share the protest, which as well I did. Is IPOB. If you come out and say that you protest under IPOB, it is your responsibility. If you claim their leadership, it's entirely up to you. The burden falls on you, it's on your shoulders. Our former deputy was the one that used to anchor Radio Biafra, and he will be there. Even though they are murdering our people down, he told them, I need evidence. Get the pictures. At least he did something. Because that's what we know then. And that's what has brought us to where we are today. It wasn't misled. No one was misled. People came out with their hearts and still believe that what we are looking for is one thing, is to restore our dignity as a race. So I don't want people to think this is just a joke or maybe with having individuals or picking up on people. No. I am a gatekeeper in IPOB. And as long as I live, Mazen Nandekanu said that we shall not kill our own. But this man has embarked on suicidal for a very long time. They have said it openly. 3 weeks ago, China Sanworu came on Radio Biafra and threatening even our Onyendu's family and our illegal luminaries that represent IPOB. People should not speak what they see. Tells you all you need to know. Barely 3 weeks ago, Akwarawa Mende now, probably they couldn't get his way out of it. They has got no option. Because, when people speak, they forget. We're living in a social media era. Whatever you say, go viral. You can't retrieve it back. Doesn't matter if you delete it after you said it. Because as I'm talking now, somebody is recording what I'm saying. If I have said something that's detrimental, I can't get away with it because that's an evidence, that's a testimony. I just want them to understand this. We are not here to play. Onyendu, when Onyendu in back, when he proved to the world that the late Buhari, the pedophile, died, he asked them to take him to any court in the world. Even though they held in him, they have never brought it as a case against him because he has irrefutable evidence. Like as I'm sitting down here, whatever I will tell you is what has happened and what they have done. Chinasa Nworu, the first monk, and Chike Doziem, the claiming that he's the leadership, was on phone, conference call with Akwarawa Mende on the 31st of March, 2023. And I will give you the message of what Chinsondrim Peters, the first thing he wrote about when Kanu Takanu posted Akwarawa Mende's picture. Tells you all you need to know. They thought we are here to joke. Now, I want to ask you a question. I don't know if some of you are familiar with Aba. We have do some random protest, if you may call it. Onyendu suspended every manner of protest in Biafra land, including gathering. It's a standing order, even before it was rendition. But for avoidance of doubt, I want to clarify something here. From Mungwa Road to Osisioma, in much of 2 hours. 2 hours. And somebody was on the background telling DSS that this is Abia State ESN State Command. Just think about it. Now, everybody that knew that Osisioma Junction, that they have military checkpoint there. Ngwa High School, they have a military checkpoint there. And they allowed Chinasa Nworu insisted they march from Ngwa Road to Osisioma. Just to let you understand. They want them to march to Ariara on a 2 hours protest. And whereas they know that this route is where the soldiers have their checkpoint. And this man has nothing. Somebody was on the, I will play her every video. I'll have it here. I just want you to understand, because when people say that this is a propaganda, this is not propaganda. That is why you don't hear any of their media worms talking about it. I'm highly, highly disappointed, even though Radio Biafra has hijacked. But someone like Arolze, Mazalozem, and Ike Peters, these are veterans. Ike Peters over time posted so many of his daughters getting married and all that kind of stuff. I thought you guys came as those that saw the war. Are you guys telling me that you guys sat on Radio Biafra and suppressed this particular information? Whereas you guys knew that one of your sons and daughters has been mowed down, orchestrated by their own. You guys said nothing. Because after Akwarawa Mende was shot, it was a sniper that killed him. I will show you where he was lying down. Somebody was on his side on a video. It's not here. Listen, Akwarawa Mende was the only person wearing, among all of them wearing fake Abafende. They said in solidarity to Onyendu, because they're trying to rope our leader with all these shenanigans. And they tell you they didn't know. Who financed that even though it's Aba, even if it's Aba made, do you know how much it cost to sew those and bought those guys' shoes and everything? And the leadership is not aware of it? Is that what you're telling us? Who financed it? Somebody did. Because when I play Chinasa Nworu's voice here, you hear that lion, Agone Chemba. The way he used to bark like a mad dog. But everything he has said, he hasn't even got clue of what he was talking about. Because he will come back and haunt you at the end of the day. Akwarawa Mende was the only person wearing black, holding megaphone. A sniper picked him up easily. He was lying there, cold blood. And somebody was standing. This is not even picture. This is a live video. Somebody was standing by his side. Have they told you that Akwarawa Mende has died? Even up to now, as we're talking here. Some are saying those that we went to protest is now talking. Saying, why would they say something? All of them, their lives been threatened. Do you know how many our commander ESN China Sanwo have massacred and killed? Or the one they called Nigerian DSS to arrest? Do you know how many they are uncountable? It's not me said. They said it with their own mouth. I never said it. It is their own word. I'm borrowing their word here because anything that I'm going to say here, at the end of the day, I will give you a backup to what I've just said. I'm not here, like I said, the critical analysis is not a vendetta. We are not here to prejudice on to malign or to blackmail anybody. In IPOB, I'm under oath. That's why I'm very careful in what I say outside. But I cannot see where my fellow comrade has been murdered in cold blood by those that are claiming that they're leading us and they want me to shut my mouth off. It's not going to happen. It's not while I'm still alive. So, the reason why I'm making this abundantly clear, there is no amount of distraction they cannot get away with this murder. They cannot get the Chidan Sanwori. No, everybody in life, like I said the last time, I said, when you think you're strong, when you stop is where somebody starts. And when you start, somebody have stopped there. In every race, there's a start and ending of that race. And you were not anything about ESN in IPOB. You might be acting as welfare or undergroundly that Onyendu put you on, and which I don't want to go into that. I don't want to dump into that. But you have come out and make a session that you are commanding people. I don't know who gave you that position. I've said it before. And because of people did not believe in what you're saying, and because Chike Doziem has compromised to the extent that disobey Mazen, flattered Mazen, and cannot. Oh, we are shouting. And all of you are saying, oh, God, how do you know? How do you know? But all this audio I'm going to play, you are the same person saying, in everything you must listen to leadership, but you're not listening to your leader. So how are you going to triumph and win without making mistakes and without having casualty, without letting our people into their untimely death with your unguarded statement? I will stop here on my monologue because I want to let people, I don't want to, this program is not going to be long. But like I said, whatever I have said here, I will give you evidence to it. Now, I want to show you one thing first before I move forward. Now, what I'm showing here, apparently, if you look at the screen, if you look at the screen here, you will see Cinda Peters. This is Chisom Dream. I will put up her picture here. As a particular girl they call Chisom Dream Naba. This young lady is the person China Sanwo has been using. They have eliminated a lot of people. It's not hearsay. This is a fact. Okay, now look at Cindy Peters. Can you see what she wrote when Canon Takano posted Akwarawa Mendes' picture? When they tell you they don't know what happened. He said, who on earth released those pictures to him? Canon Takano, you are the most useless and stupid human I have ever seen. You are senseless. You are insane. You see this cheap popularity you are looking for. Don't run when it comes. A flav is causing Mazukan. Mazukan Takano share the protest with good faith. Now our people were moved down. And this young lady was about 250 yards. She's one recording this. She's one on the background telling the DSS that this is Abia State ESN command, whereas these are not ESN men. These are just regular IPOB members. They have set up to kill in a cold blood. But people said that they wasn't aware that Akwarawa Mende died. You could see up there, there's a picture of Akwarawa Mende there where you see the approval is. That is the picture there. And that's the young lady's, first post that she made. Now, Cindy Pitt, if you go again, you see where someone responded to somebody. He responded to Patricia Chikeziem. He said, are you insane? Is this the only post you can make? It will continue. So I should leave the damn giving to do otherwise. So what are we talking about here? And Patricia goes on and says, wow, Chisom, so you accepted actually that the dame, right? So the dame, we betrayed them to be murdered, right? Thanks for clarification. And believe it. My mighty sorry. or whatever she said there that led you to this believes you. I'm just putting this up here. I hope everybody's seeing it. Chisom, were wondering how did Canon Takano get the video and pictures of Aquara women there. Because they have an emergency meeting that nobody should mention his name specifically. When we told you about 50 people died, if you listened to watching us and when it was yapping on the 72 hours after our people were mowed down, he was saying maybe it was like 10, we confirmed 20 people. What he wrote down, because when Jonathan asked him question, they are all in the same boat because it's state managed they are in now. They turned Radio Biafra into worse than the even Zoom media, and he was giggling, not even know what to answer. But the reason why I put this up here is for you guys to see. It was them. They gave it was the order. And this young lady they call Chisom Dream is China Sanwo-Olu's girlfriend that has been doing the dots for her. You can't say anything where she is. So, like I said, we don't come here to blackmail people just like the way they did. Now, there's something I want to clarify here. There are these Umuchuku writers. I've said about Umuchuku writers before. Umuchuku writers, if I am not mistaken, I remember it was Ezekwesili. This guy lives in New York. If I'm not mistaken, I remember when our leader went to, I spoke to him before, I have his number, But the fact remains is that these Umuchuku writers, whoever that is hiding beneath it and be writing junk, right? If you look at what this Umuchuku writers have wrote, he said, it doesn't take a reasonable person a second to know that your accusation has based on falsehood. It changed nothing. Every move made by DOS is on right track. We will support them 100%. Back to back, nothing will change. It does not matter how many of our people they murdered because you are a retarded, wretched monk. Because of 4,000 naira credit they're giving you people now, that debt will be your own portion. I'm just giving you the evidence of what happened. Chisom Dream, definitely some of you will know. Probably all of them are in this Umuchuku media now as admin. But you support them even though they kill our people. Yeah? You support them even though they murdered our people. How ironic. Every single IPOB member that have led their life on course of this journey, that is what we're taking care of our death and those that are wounded. But guess what? As soon as our leader was rendition, first thing the Chikedozem left his job and went into to destroy IPOB into our finance. That's why you cannot hear him speak. How many days now has gone by since on 31st? Today is 8. Over 9 days. The so-called leadership leader have not spoken a word. If you talk, maybe they're going to tell you that is Ima powerful. Who is Ima powerful? Not even is it Twitter. Not even then come out to accuse the zoo. They never done any of this. Up till now. They have not said it. There's nothing tangible they have said. Even if giving the zoo heads up how to kill our people more by saying we are going to revenge. Revenge what? Why I'm bringing this up is that because these guys, when they contracted all these idiots, they were talking things they have any rudimentary in their brain. You support the US even though they kill our people back to back. He said, let me tell you this for you, for your disrespect of our dear brother, Aquara Mende, by posting his picture publicly. Did you hear that? By posting his picture publicly. By posting his picture publicly tells you that they did never want anybody to know that Aquara Mende was killed. Because all this whole thing that is set up, you see that almost 200 lives have gone because of one man. China Sanwo-Olu, like I said, I don't know who you are and I don't want to know. But I want to remind you that you're nobody. You see, men that have done something in this life, go and check their history. There's things you do in this life, you won't get away with it. Especially when you share blood. And the blood of the innocent. So, kind of crime is that he posted Akparawa Mendes picture because you guys said nothing. And we cannot put our hand and watch you guys kill our people and get away with it. He continues to say, let me tell you this, for your disrespect, our dad brother Akparawa Mendes posting his picture public and using it as a tool to attack DOS, sending his family messages in such disrespectful way. Do you see, these people are emotionally bankrupt. All this person, whoever is writing this, probably is someone writing this, because when they say Muchuku, you don't know who is behind it. To show you that they knew what happened. This is a public confession. Which disrespectful manner. Have you told us what happened to Akparawa Mendes and how he died? If not, because we call you guys out. Now he's now confessing. Kanu Takano, I don't know where Kanu Takano sending family. This was something done on social media. Say your death will be shameful. So be it. That thing that you're wishing somebody that have not exposed you is what your generation is going to meet. Because I don't believe the majority of you are under oath. Now, I want to look at the same Muchuku writers again. This was a day before now they wrote this again, saying, if that is the case, are you saying Mazin Nandekano, it's wrong English. Are you saying Mazin Nandekano that killed? It's a wrong English. Are you saying Mazin Nandekano killed those Biafrans at Afari-Kwebe, Kumpo, Iguacha, etc. because he is the one in control then? Do you see where they're going? Mazin Nandekano is still in control of IPOB. I want to educate you riffraffs. Only do Mazin Nandekano until he lowers 6 feet deep. But as long as Onyendi is alive, he's the one leading IPOB. Because you guys choose to do whatever you want to do. I say who is writing this thing might not even. If go deeper on this, I've said it. It's a question matter. I don't hear of him anymore. The guy lives in New York. But what this guy wrote here is confirming where we're coming from. To see where they are pushing all this whole thing to our leader. Our leader is in control then and now. And the difference between Afari-Kwebe and Iguacha, it is because of the journey of our struggle. Only say they will kill us, we'll kill them, and at the end of the day, Biafra will come. But not when you sold our people to be murdered. Because China Sanwo couldn't take Akparawa Mendes life alone. Now, he have to set him up with the multitude of our people to be slaughtered on the cold blood. I just want to educate you. That's all I'm saying to you. And they are accusing Solomon Ebo of, because I think this response was on, if I'm not mistaken, on Ikechukwu Biafra, or I don't know where I screenshot it. Solomon Ebo is a gentleman. He made a mistake. He came and apologized to Onyendu. Life on air. That is why you know who those that are pure. And what Solomon Ebo is doing concerning Biafran struggle, if none of you cannot even go an inch close to what that young man have done. He's a comrade. We had a disagreement, and the day we'll see ourselves, for a long time we shook hand. That's how we men behave, because there's nothing, we're not fighting. We can disagree and agree at the same time. We are not pseudo. Solomon Ebo's Twitter handle and his Facebook account, he doesn't hide. He tweets every day. But woe betide all of you, because who is writing this thing shows you what he did to you, comparing. You see where you guys are building your alibi, but like I said, you guys are not going anywhere. You guys are not going anywhere for killing our people. And the more you write, the more you contradict yourselves. And the reason why I brought this China Sanworu's post is to show you the person claiming that is a ESN commander and his affiliation with what happens in the zoo. But he couldn't write about Akparawa Mendes. This thing he wrote it on Thursday. But this thing happens on Friday. What happens or with not, what is our business as IPOB, as a hierarchy in IPOB to concern what is going on in the zoo? That's all you need to know. I will leave this here. Now, I want to bring you now to the video. What has happened on those videos will tell you more about what they have done.
Media International.
Just for avoidance of doubt, that's the young lady they call.
This is ESN
Cindy Peters,
Abia Command,
you know,
in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazinam Dikalo on a peaceful protest protesting for the release of their leader Mazinam Dikalo and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release Mazinam Dikalo.
Mazinam Dikalo, not Carlo.
This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazinam Dikalo on a peaceful protest seeking for the release of Mazinam Dikalo.
You heard her saying that this is ESN, Abia State Command, in collaboration with IPOB. What else do you want to hear? She went deep. ESN in collaboration with IPOB. She went deep. Let's listen to her.
Asking Nigerian government to obey their court order by releasing Mazinam Dikalo with immediate effect. We ask for nothing than release of Mazinam Dikalo. Check my dream. Yeah, man. Yeah. They are shooting at us. That's all. We are on a peaceful protest and they are shooting at us. The Nigerian government are shooting at us. We are on a peaceful protest and the Nigerian government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Trying to get everywhere. We are on peaceful protest. We are on peaceful protest and they are shooting at us. You can hear the gunshots.
So I just want us to know that I think my voice went, but what I'm saying is, if you look at Akwala Omende where he's lying lifelessly, then we know that he was picked up easily because he was an easy target. Let's just listen to it at the end of the day. But I want to point it to you that the person standing, and this is a video, and that man you see lying down on the ground is the young man. That is the Abia State coordinator, Akwala Omende, that they murdered in cold blood. Because of this one single individual, over 200 lives have been wasted. For your information.
Alpha Power Media International.
Go on.
Now,
Mazi Chinedu, thank you so much.
the voice of
Mazi,
the vulture of himself.
the IPOB leadership, we know we take responsibility of everything that happens. Whether we are the cause, whether we are not the cause. That is the life of a leader. Just like when Mazi Nnamdi was envisioned, people heap blames on the IPOB leadership. The question you just asked now, this is the question that has been coming even to us since Friday. We have been on this topic. Mazi, I have come on Radio Biafra on many occasions. When people ask questions, let's start protesting in Biafra land, we will tell them, no, let's concentrate on the protest in diaspora. Yes, there are pockets of protests that have happened in Biafra land. But before the election, due to the plans we knew, the intelligence in our disposal, before the election, we instructed the people in Biafra land to suspend every protest in Biafra land. I'm not going to blame any one of them, irrespective of anything, because they came out to protest for the leader. This is how it is hot in their hearts. They want to show their own impact. But what we are saying is this: as long as leadership is involved, as long as this is IPOB, people should not do things based on their own understanding or that they know it all. I think on half people will say, you understanding me? They know it all. They feel, because the leadership don't come to make noise, but people can see there is pressure going on in Biafra land. There was an order, an instruction that protest should not be carried out in Biafra land before even a month to the election. There was a protest that's supposed to come in Biafra land, I think 15th or 16th of February. It was cancelled. Instructions were given for there would be no protest. And those who are listening to me, IPOB medias, those on the radio, all of you know if there is going to be protest. We do communicate every one of you through your forums, through your media heads or whoever is in charge that there is a protest coming up. Can anyone say that the leadership informed anybody through writing or in any way?
In what this guy is saying, I just need to interject in what he's saying, because at the end of the day, I don't want him to continue talking. But the reason why I stopped it here is because now he's justifying that, saying that the leadership is not aware of the protest. But I want to let everybody that is listening to the sound of my voice know that whoever that knows this guy and how he comes to Radio Biafra to rant, we know from his voice. And at the beginning of this program, I show you the write-up from the Chimsom Dream Peters, which is the girl that China Sanwo-Olu is using. Now, they were flabbergasted when they found out that the picture of Akwarawa Mende was in the current account, posted it when they had a meeting that nobody should talk about it. Till tomorrow morning, none of their media worms have talked about it. And now he killed our people. China Sanwo-Olu was the one that insisted that our people will march from, Ungwaro to Sisioma, and they know this is like 2 hours walk on protest. And there is a military checking point in Sisioma and Ngwa High School. These men were aware of this, and our people have killed. They have killed our people in multitude in this very location. Now, this guy have the nerve to come to Radio Biafra, sat down there, somebody is intervening him and is gushing up all this nonsense. And none of the media warrior, because they have hired meeting, they have held meeting, nobody to speak about it. A moment this thing happened, but he was giving you, he was narrating how they were back and forth on phone. He wasn't aware of it. My question tonight is this: to everybody that have their discerning mind, you claiming that you are the leadership. I want to ask again: these men were in uniform. Who facilitated all this? Where did the logistics come from? He wasn't aware, but he was on the phone with him, on conference call with Chike Doziem. But how dare you lied against the death as well? It is heartbreaking. I will allow him to continue talking.
There is going to be a protest. But surprisingly, I'm saying this thing just for clarity's sake, so that we can move forward, because we have a lot of problems facing us, and that is what the enemies they want. That was on Friday. On Friday morning, I'm making this thing very clear because of tomorrow. We have nothing to hide. On Friday morning, it was around 10:49 Biafran time, because in my time it was around 12:45 or 12. That was when I got a message from one of our brother in Biafra land. I was having a little snap at that time. I got a message that they asked me, Mazi, are you aware of the protest going on in Biafra land? I said to him, which protest? I am not aware. He pushed in some pictures for me. Immediately I saw this. I called the Biafra land coordinator. I asked him, who authorized this protest? Did you inform?
It's very, very important that we understand. This is the narrative. This guy is narrating. This is a question from Jonathan on our Hallowed platform. They have turned into a propagandist, mouthpiece. Now he's now taking time to narrate what he knows about ESN, that he claimed that he's the commander, and these are men that have come out. He's going back and forth to make a telephone call. When people are caught their pants down, why I'm allowing us to hear his voice is because we have to be just in whatever we do. And how he's lying against this man that has now been murdered in a cold blood. It is very, very important that we understand that China Sanworu and Chike Doziem and all this gang of criminals in DOS set up our people with his brother Okezi Bazo. Between Ngwa Road and Osishoma, there's a military checkpoint there, and they know that this is a death trap for our people. Death trap for our people. Kundi Boro Pit or whatever they call it. They are aware of this. They kill our people and dump them in a borrow pit. They know this. And this is exactly what happened. And this guy still got enough to sit down and deny and lie against this man. He killed Akwalawa Mende because Akwalawa Mende knows too much of their heinous crime they have committed against our people. And they're not going to get away with this because we're letting the international community know that the massacre that happened in Aba on the 31st of March 2023 has got nothing to do with IPOB. Rather, some individuals set up our innocent, harmless people into their untimely and early graves. Let's continue hearing his voice.
The leadership, did you inform your line managers, those who are under you? He told me he knew this morning, that he was informed this morning that they said this protest was protest they planned before. We said it should be stopped. So after the election, they decided they should carry it out. They want to do something that everywhere. I told him, Mazi, please call those who are involved in this protest. call all of them. Tell them that the leadership said this protest must stop now. Already we realized they are 45 minutes into the protest. It has already gone 45 minutes. I told him, I instructed him, I said, I informed the HOD about the development, and they said, go ahead, stop this protest. It's enough. We told them.
Like I said before, you see how he's narrating it. We don't lie against people. He said he informed the HMD. That's a typical pathological liar. They were aware of the protest, and all of them were in a conference call. It is not hearsay. You say you are the leadership. I don't understand how people cannot man up and take up their responsibilities. You think you could murder our people and nobody says nothing. I know a lot of people has been boxed to corner. Those in Biafra land, one thing I want to make abundantly clear tonight, people must understand. That this individual does not, they don't represent IPOB, neither Mazen and the kind. Home and abroad, I'm saying this. It doesn't matter who you are. This is not a joke. This is a fact. They're looking at, these people, they have done too much to extend of now. It is not the one they have been doing in hidden, which Chinas and would have come already about threatening people, threatening legal lawyers that including our leaders' family. Everybody had it. That if when they will send the ERA to you, if it's not enough, they will send ESN on the ground. This same ESN is people that the Zoo military massacred in their numbers with our innocent, armless Biafrans and IPOB that came out with their open arms and heart. It's very, very important that we understand what these people have done. Let's allow him to continue because this is a long ranting, which is not necessarily requires. I'm going to make this available for those that want to listen to it. But one thing else I want to add is that at the end of all this thing that happened, because at the end of the day, you have already sold out our people. Guess what? At the end of all this ranting, because the guy asked him the consequences. Now, at the end of the day, after he have sold our people, now he has given the zoo another clue, which that's what I'm going to allow to play on this particular audio because it's a very long one. And you hear where he says they are going to revenge. I just want you to listen to it.
To come out this evening, they threatening us. We should not threaten Nigerian integrity. I can beg him. IPOB, we must revenge. I am not going to say more than this, but
one thing I want to say here is this. He said, IPOB, we are going to revenge. Very, 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 it is appalling. Somebody that claimed that he's a commander. If you have been ambushed by your enemy and you want to reiterate, you want to take a revenge on that person, would you actually tell that person that you're going to revenge? I want you guys to go into deep. That is why it is critical analysis. You critical analyze things, even yourself. Is anybody have design in mind that had Chinas and will still make this blunder? What they've done is just telling the zoo, you guys, you need to prepare. They might come to attack you if there's any need for that, right? But what I'm going to ask you, you're threatening that you're going to revenge, but he set up a protest. He couldn't arrange it. What you could have done, you couldn't defend yourself because of that. That's number one. Number two. If I may ask you, what are you going to revenge with? And who is going to revenge? I said it in the last program. I hope you are not hoping that you're going to command some people, luring some people again to be killed, just like I've done. Because when you say you're going to revenge, you can't sit in the desert and be telling people that in Biafra land to go and revenge. Because the death of our people on 31st is not required. Onyendu never asked you to go and protest for him. He said that the protest is far abroad. I ask you, United Kingdom here, all the protests we had from 2021, before Onyendu was rendition, we already have protest station in United Kingdom. There was a protest, so our women was protesting on a daily basis. But if I tell the Biafrans that all those protests was boycott, they boycotted that protest. Austin Albany, that is when they were hashing this evil. We have the records in United Kingdom here. The protests we do in UK here, from A to Z, it was one time when Onyendu was brought to court. Majority of them that thought Onyendu was dead, they show face that day. We have record of people that attend protests. It is not something that is hidden. And the time they made a vow that this is the protest that will provide a new national coordinator, the para-national coordinator in the United Kingdom. This is what we went through. There's no honest protest that they conducted. The one they conducted in Belgium was the loyalty. That's the shenanigans. 1 million march, Buncombe. The one they did in the United Kingdom here, the same thing. All the money they have been capping is what they're buying flight tickets for themselves. I just want to make it abundantly clear. It is not for our leader. Onyendu suspended every form of protest, or gathering in Biafra land before he was renditioned. I will stop this voice here because it's quite irrelevant. There's a lot of talk there, but the point I take out there that the guy openly denied our people after he set up them to be killed, and now turn around and telling the zoo that he's going to revenge. I have never seen any strategy in war that will reveal their secret when they want to revenge on the attack on ambush on their own men. Nowhere in the world. Someone that are going to kill you won't tell you coming to kill you. Did the zoo tell us they're going to attack us when they attack us? They never said it. We never saw it. You never saw it coming. But you are aware of it. Our people never knew, because if they knew, probably they could have at least put up some resistance. But they were caught in the both middle, because between Osisioma and Ngwa Road, they were in the middle. They couldn't do anything. They massacred them in numbers, and Borough Pit is close there. That's why they bury our people. So many of them pour acid on them. So many of them have died in the past. We all know this, and they are aware of it. So now, I'm gonna shut
Alpha Power Media International.
All of you used to see it. They come on social media. Is to make sure protest will continue. Everywhere, all the fact we have announced it, please already have been instructed. The protest will start, because the code is going down, and the protest will start.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I hope you had it. Protest will start. We put in all these things. Somebody wouldn't say, oh, you're taking it out of context. Because this man, we are holding them responsible for their act. Protest will start. It is Chinas and voice, it's not my voice. Yeah, he had it now. Now, the reason why...
Alpha Power Media International.
The reason why I'm playing this guy voice again, I want people to know that there's nothing we have said or do that is out of context or prejudice. It is about holding people responsible for what they have done. And because of one single disobedience from Chike Doziem of Mazen Nandekano, over 1 million lives have wasted and it's still going on. That's why today we'll be hearing so many things. Anybody, anywhere today giving order is a fair leadership, because Chike Doziem was the one that's supposed to be looking after what Onyendu have left. But where is Chike Doziem? The chronicle of a saboteur, aka enemy at the gate Chike Doziem. Where is it? He's HND. He was quick to come to Radio Biafra, Mr. Memo, to expel people. Now he's relaxing because they've gotten enough money and they have suspended enough people. They think now they have conquered our people, they destroyed everything. That is why now they have been back on killing our people on broad daylight. On broad daylight. I want you to listen to this idiot, his voice, and what he said with his own mouth. And after that, I will put up their voices for you guys to listen to, and that will be the end of the program. All I want you guys to do is to know that we will continue on this campaign that Chike Doziem and China Sanworu, these two individuals and those of their cronies, Aba Massacre, justice for Aba Massacre, and those men that conspired to kill our people must be held into accountable of what they have done. Regardless what, they cannot drift attention or any propaganda. No, we are not interested in all this bunk on they're going around talking. This is not saga. This has to do with the life of our comrades. Listen.
But if about the half truth, Ojalwa say Mazi Chinasa nebusisinde aende yesen, but omangwa kwa Mazi nande apota pa fana radio Biafra bunde hawa zili ka haje zuboshi kanon tafa Chinasa nworu putaza po fafa afi Chinasa is pointing finger. So Iburubu ESN then turn Ozuboshi, then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. Iburu ESN becomes Iburu ESN. Member.
And
Then the machine and the mad. Now why? The Chinas are really saying, hey, ride on because we.
I will ask again, what was the crime of those people that they were slaughtered on the 31st? As you can hear the guy, he's justifying the reason why China Sanwo-Olu has been killing our people. So many ESN commanders have died under China Sanwo-Olu's instruction in collaboration with the Zoo military and the DSS. Now, he's saying that if because your ESN probably started stealing or start doing otherwise, our question is this: what has our men done on the 31st of March 2023 that warrant taking life of over 200 people that did nothing? And you have not proved any evidence of what these people have done. This is hearsay. You sitting your butt on Kuwait, fermenting problem in our land. And comparing what he done with Mazen Nankan. Mazen Nankan was on the ground on the 14th of September 2027. Even Kanan Takani, according his name, was there. None of you were there. None of you have lead from the front. That is the irony, and that's the difference. You have not feel the pain. Some of you, maybe if it wasn't because of IPOB, in your miserable life where you're living, your wretchedness have taken over because your popularity comes from IPOB. If not for IPOB, the blood of our people. So what is the crime of these people you guys connived and murdered on 31st? I'm just asking a question. Let's continue and listen to him.
Yes, and I because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. I think we are here to joke. The train of Bodo. No wonder, even say for in IPOB, go for some sensitive position. I help you because all bloom, mother hanging, or hanging, or body in Ghana, medal better for the Ejidona just hand that over to police. In Cambudo, you never, Namunga, there, I will order say hanging, Namu rape why. Why? Half truth is very dangerous.
Biafra Alpha Power.
Well, I think we all had it. So it's not something it's not me that said it. So fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, like I said, this is more in-depth on Aba massacre. And we continue on this journey to expose this man because they're not going to get away. They have done enough. But this is their Waterloo. They have got into that Waterloo by killing our people. And I'm calling all IPOB members, those that still have their discerning mind, this is not about me, because if any of you turn your blind eye when your own fellow comrade has murdered unjustly, it is not like we got into war. We went into to fight enemy and been gunned down. That's the difference from Afaruqui Bay to Bridge Onitsha to Mpo massacre to Iguacha massacre to Aba High School. All this thing was the cause of the journey. And people that lay their life with all their heart. And that is why we are still fighting to restore Biafra. So anybody comparing what happened on 31st and what transpired with those men, then you know you are an evil man. So I thank you all for listening. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up their voice again. All this gang of criminal in DOS and how Chikedozie disobeyed Onyendu. That is the word I'm going to leave with you guys. To you to judge by yourself. And what is happening today. And what they are doing. Not for the reason and the Kanu. Because they know what to do for Onyendu. And Chikedozie himself said it. That we must push a clause that Onyendu is in charge. But Chikedozie, what are you doing today? How are you pushing forward? I had them complain about you always listening to leadership. Which leadership are they going to listen to? So I thank you, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, for listening to my voice this evening. And I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom under the IPOB United Kingdom and IPOB worldwide. And I thank everybody that have listened to us. May Chukwu Kikabiama continue to guide and protect those that are still loyal to Onyendu Mazen and the Kano and IPOB at large. And those that have died, may their soul continue to soldier on with us until Biafra is restored. And I thank you once again. And may Okike, Chukwu Okike Abiyama, continue to strengthen our leader, Onyendu Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. I know this time Onyendu will join us again because what happened in 2015, the script will repeat himself. But at the end of the day, Onyendu said that Chukwu Okike Abiyama told him that he required only 100 men with clean heart. That okay, will give us Biafra. Thank you. And may Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless you. Thank you for listening. And I'll leave you with this voice here. Thank you very much.
And I asked our people, those that I had discussion with, I said, but what is the reason? Did Onyendu give any reason why we should suspend it? And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home when our demands has not been met? That was my question. I asked those both in DOS and those who were not in DOS that I had the opportunity to speak with. They were telling the news. I asked them, what will be the reason I have to give? And I think I'm trying to mix a little thing here, but the lawyers have not come back to us now. Now, this is before the night, the first day of it. So when I was asking them, what is the reason they want us to suspend this thing? And they told me that we should use NECO as an excuse. I mean, we should use NECO because of the exam that the people are trying to hold. And I said, but NECO doesn't really, it's not the strongest excuse to give the Biafrans why we should stop the sit at home. And I will be very, very frank. And I'll take the responsibility. I haven't said it on air before because it's not, I don't come on air and I said, because there is no reason from our leader that we should stop this sit at home, that we are going to go ahead with the sit at home. And then we went ahead with the first sit at home. After we did the first sit at home, and it was a huge success, unbelievably successful. Then, after that same Monday after the sit at home, the lawyers had a visit again to Onyendu, and they now came back and said that Onyendu said we must suspend that sit at home. So that message came now the second time, and I said, okay, if Onyendu insists, after the evidence we have provided that this thing was successful and that our people were willing to do it, if he insists, I will suspend it. And I suspended it. That instruction came from Onyendu. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. And that's how I'll answer that question for you. Now,
Now, when we mount up that pressure, everywhere started to panic. When we declared this sit at home, we got a message from the leader that we should call off this sit at home. I don't want to go deep on people. There were people who played a very dangerous role against that sit at home for their own selfish interest. Because I expect you to come here to ask. When we put sit at home, you saw that Anaylsis, you saw the people opposing the sit at home. You saw them. And you saw people who were giving them thumb up. It is that destruction they want in IPOB. It is to destroy and discredit the IPOB leadership. After due consultation with our leader, we went ahead, conducted the first sit at home that was carried around the world. Our leader continued to send message that the sit at home, we should call it off. The message continued to come. Everybody was reluctant to call it off. Why I'm explaining this thing is that at the end of the day, I want you who have supported because they sit at home Monday, our people have been voluntarily. When we announced the sit at home, we got messages. Even we are not normal. We know that spoken word cannot be retrieved back. But the enemies of this struggle, they continue to attack the sit at home. They continue to bring excuses that NATO is coming. This one is coming. The university is 6 months on strike till now. They use it to blackmail the IPOB leadership, if you are not aware. Everywhere was that the Chike Doziem and Chinasa Woru, they don't listen to what Mazen Namdekano is saying. That they disobeyed Mazen Namdekano, and you are one of those people. I am making you a direct accusation. Some of you, like you, were part of the people carrying all this kind of rumor that Mazen Namdekano told them to allow somebody to come on radio. They refused. Mazen Namdekano told them to cancel the sit at home. They refused. I know this struggle. That word that I spoke, because it was in conformity in what the leadership agreed, and it was the best for the struggle. But you were there when people were blackmailing Chinasa Woru and Chike Doziemo. It was to avoid saying that we disobey Mazen Namdekano, because we must always listen to him, whether in the DSS
International.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, and I was saying that I thank sister that just spoke, especially again because at the last conclusion of her statement, said it all. She said it all because she said, I'm the second in command. I'm the second in command. The first in command is there. I cannot honestly be expected to take over the work of the first command. The first command is reachable. He is still in charge. And that is what I have been trying to let our people know. That is also what the enemy wants us to do. They want us to isolate our leader. Isolate him in the sense that believing that he's not in control. Oyendu is in control, and that is what we must push across. I am second in command. When there are issues that I can deal with immediately and deal with as second in command that does not need the input of Oyendu, I deal with them, because I know he has taught me how to deal with those issues. But if there are so weighty issues that we need the first in command to make an input, I will act according to his instructions. And as I'm speaking to you, Oyendu is seized of the allegations about his head of finance. I know the instructions as he told me to carry out. Based on that, he has not asked me to remove anybody. And I cannot remove anybody because when you do, people are going around saying, I said it on my broadcast. And I'm very disappointed. Are we deliberately trying to isolate him? Because that is what they want us to do. We must push it all the time that the Onyendu is in charge. That is what scares our enemy. If we reduce his authority, we are putting him in danger. And I cannot be part of that. So until he tells me in that very serious allegation, very serious matter, that he appointed the head of finance and taking into account that these allegations have been there before he got this issue that he has now. He was already aware of it. He hasn't acted on them. And up to now, he hasn't asked me to act on them. I don't think it's reasonable for me to act without his authority. I can't do that. That is why I'm a very, very simple, obedient, follower. That is how it is. I know where my responsibility lie. I know where my duties lie. I know where I am expected to act, and in those areas, be rest assured that I will act. Where the input of Onyendu is needed, I will wait for his input before I act. We are here also, we may disagree on that, but that is my outlook of this whole situation. I have been in this movement.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
To court. With the state of the mind you have seen our leader, do you think our leader is not capable of making any decision? Something he sees may affect him or affect the struggle. That's number one. Number two, the IPOB leadership is not taking orders. Every order. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing is to...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Times are different with the time we are in. The kind of detention somebody is equating to that you don't take orders is the time when messages passes from one hand to another before it gets to the leader. Now, we have been in this struggle. We work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ask the lawyers. There are messages, if they bring it, we told them this message is not what we expect. That means the message might be diluted. We now use our brain and decode the remaining things we have to do. That is why we are...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are many people who have refused to respect and obey this IPOB structure. Some people went home. They said, because it's only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu I will respect. When he is out, I will come out. But let me give you a message. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also take advice from the IPOB leadership. We do advise each other when we have things. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is somebody who takes advice. Put in your mind, you have closed every door to even work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because I know when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you go to him and tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because you were not there, I didn't want to work. And if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell me to work with you, I will tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I won't work with you. Because if in your absence, you don't respect the leadership, you don't work with anybody in the leadership. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is out, you come to work with the leadership. We won't work with you. It's as simple as ABCD. And he will understand our stand. Because you can't insult. We are building a nation. We are building a country, an institution. Now, at the end of the day,
Aye.
Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika Biama may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika Biama Purimine, unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children IPOB to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O mighty one, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. We shall honor them, and for their sake Biafra will come. Israel lost people, and today Israel is here as a beacon of hope in a land filled with darkness. We beseech thee, Elohim, because we are wandering all over the world, hoping against every hope that things will turn around for the better. It has never turned around for the better. Instead, it is getting worse. Please do not abandon your children. You have given us a commission, and we must accomplish it in our lifetime. We have come to honor your holy name. We have come to praise thee. We have come to honor thee, that your name may be glorified, adored, and praised forever and ever. Ise.
Good evening, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Amazi George Izuchukwu Umeh, and I'm reaching you here from United Kingdom. And the time here is at 800 hours, which is 6 p.m. in Biafra time. This evening, it's going to be a very short one on our podcast tonight on critical analysis. As we do, as a tradition here, as you all heard in this intro and prayers, we shall proceed. And as I welcome you, please welcome others, because tonight we are going to do some critical analysis on things bothering IPOB within. Oftentimes, I tell you that what we do here is not prejudiced, is solemnly to redirect those that have lost focus or those that believe in the core value of IPOB. Critical analysis is simply here to redeem those that have gone astray. Without further said, tonight, a lot has happened. I'm going to give you a monologue tonight concerning, there's some flyers going around. And most importantly tonight, the reason why I'm here is because of the, every single one of us know the situation and our leader's illness and his health. And since he's been renditioned to zoo under that captive, he has not been allowed to actually have a proper medical care. So our center of attraction tonight should be on our leader, the unconditional release of our spirit leader, Mazim Nnamdi Kanu, remain paramount to us. Also, to be allowed to seek his private doctors and have access to his medication. The truth remains that so many of us are getting things twisted and confused. Our leader is being held captive over 20 months to 21 months now. This incident happened on 19th of June 2021 when Onyendu was kidnapped in Kenya on rendition back to the zoo on the 29th. And since then, things have turned upside down within, because we have those that have sworn that the agendas of the enemies that they perpetrated on 2015-16 to weaken IPOB within is the agenda they want to now be installed. But woe betide those that have decided to go on this path. I just want to let you guys know that Maswell, which is the barrister Maswell, I went to see our leader yesterday, came up again with his write-up, which I'm going to put on the screen in a nutshell. And the condition our leader was met. And I know that Onyendu will come out triumphant. But the enemies at the gate, whatever they are rejoicing because their wish is to see our leader died in prison and dying in solitary confinement. But I'll tell you what, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu did not send himself. That's something and mistake a lot of people are making. Onyendu was called for this course, and he took that challenge, and he given everything on his disposal, including his two parents, his freedom, his family. So that is why in IPOB is a household name. I will reiterate tonight, IPOB, it is not a political setting. Chike Doziem and board of DOS was single-handedly picked by our leader. There was no consensus. Nobody voted them in. And everybody know what our code of conduct stipulated, that only person that have their power to appoint to dismissal is Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. And this particular structure was propelled and carried on in 2015, 16, 17, 18 without anybody questioning any order that come from the highest commander of IPOB. So what I'm saying tonight is that the zoo government should allow our leader to have access to his private doctor and access to his medications. Having said that, so many of us saw the report that came out from the Foreign Affairs, the Within report, which I'm going to put up in a second on the screen. Because tonight, what is bothering us is about our leader. But having said that, now the issue of Onyendu and the condition Onyendu is facing in his solitary confinement, who are those that are actually propelling that and making it more difficult for our leader? It's those that have the due care to Onyendu. Primarily, Chike Doziem is the head of Directorate of State appointed by Mazen Nandekan. There's no question about it. He is not the first to be in that position. And there's so many. When IPOB was found and Onyindu, that was Council of Elders. So many things has happened, and those so many people has been expelled in IPOB and disbound. And now, why I'm saying all this tonight is because of the betrayal. The betrayal of Mazi Chike Dozem and his cohort are the people actually oppressing and suppressing Mazi Nandekane. I want every designing IPOB that have their mind and frontal lobe working to understand that what our leader is going through in DSS dungeon is combined of what the attitude and the body language these men are outside, exhibiting, which they have actually accepted in their own word that we must always push across that Onyendo is in charge. And whenever we allow our enemy to have an iota of doubt that Onyendo is no longer in control, that we are putting his life in danger. And these people have peddled lies and propaganda that Onyendo was DSS poisoned Onyendo. China Sanwo-Olu confirmed it. All these things are signal. This man has been signaling. They have done so much harm to IPOB, and now they are sending obvious signal to DSS to poison Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And they're still carrying that agenda. I will show you because, in this program, in critical analysis, and Biafra Alpha Power Media, conjunction with the UK media, we don't play games or anything prejudice or propaganda or to blackmail people. Whatever we say here, we prove them at the spot. I will give it to you as it is in black and white. And that's what makes it stand out. Now, the point I'm making here is this, is that Chike Doziem is the man that have the duty care to IPOB, every single member of IPOB. But when they use the word that Onyendo is absent, Onyendo era, they have said so many things. The media rats they are using to blackmail people force them now to be dancing in their own tone, which is kind of pathetic that they see what is happening out there and how they are making mockery of themselves. So what I want to say tonight is very simple. Chike Doziem remain the issue and his gang and what they are doing and the signal they are sending. For all of us that know, Chike Doziem today is actually 15 days after Aba massacre that they set up our people to kill in Aba. Chike Doziem is purportedly coming tonight to say what, dear friends? Ask Chike Doziem, what is he coming to tell you? He claimed that you are the leader. You leading IPOB because that's what he proposed. Yeah, that's nothing else. More powerful have written something, we have it unknown, and the attitude and what your media errats are saying that you are the one that is in charge, that whatever you say, stand, not what Mazen Nandekane say. It doesn't what Mazen Nandekane say, it's what Chike Doziem goes, not Mazen Nandekane anymore. That is why I know that the history that happened, the story in the Bible is repeating himself again. But what betide us, if miss this opportunity, our generation unborn will never smell. They wouldn't even know their surnames. Mark my word somewhere. Just put it on record because at the end of the day, this will happen. So like I said, Chike Doziem is coming tonight on Radio Biafra to tell Biafran what? That they set up IPOB. IPOB, Iber State Coordinator, Akparawa Mende, was murdered in cold blood. They hidden it. All the whole veterans in Radio Biafra, they had a meeting that I will never mention it until we call them out. And China Sanwo-Olu, the faceless idiot that lives in Kuwait sniffing dust, came to Radio Biafra and denied these young men and women. Whereas his girlfriend, Sichum Dream, was the girl that's in the background shouting that this is Iber State ESN command. On a peaceful protest. Why do you need to ignite that? Who are you sending these messages? And allow them to march from Moses Yoma to Ngwa Road, which is almost 2 hours. The time they're taking, he accepted 45 minutes, but that was in 2 hours, and there's a military checkpoint. I caught them in between. They were caught in the middle. And Chike Doziem never reacted. Are you telling me that if our leader Mazen Nandekane, the day Ikonso was killed, do you know how our leader was crying on air? Our leader did not cry when the two parents passed away, but the Onyendo shed tears the day they set up Ikonso. and kill them, which, if we trace it, China Sanwo-Olu knows something about it. I don't want to go into that now. They knew because this fight has started. It's not today. When Onyendu was there, all the heinous crime China Sanwo-Olu committed as somebody that is meddling with welfare, we know. He's not his ESN commander. He knows what his duty cares are. As former Middle East rep was his position before he forced his way in because they were building Kaaba. Hijack IPOB, every single thing they have accused the opposite is what they have done. In return, those that have no duty care to IPOB, whatever name they want to answer, I, George Umedu, will not give a monkeys because I owe them they owe me no obligation. Who owe me obligation and who I shall question as we stand today is the person that is now heading the Directorate of State. You are not leading IPOB. You're standing in the gap like our former deputy did. He was a deputy leader, not even a DOS. But he knew his duties. He knew where his boundaries are. But today you are rewriting history, questioning everything Mazen Nandekan has put in place, destroying IPOB within. The gullible ones are fall on the west side because that's exactly what you want. And a chunk of them now, they strive for IPOB finance, committed fraud in our international account, shut it down. These are the betrayal of Mazi Chike Doziem. Now, there's something I want to put up on the screen. Because, in life, there's a very person on earth, as we stand today, the most popular man on earth. If you type it, go to your Google and type the most popular man in the world right now, you will see the person. His name is Andre Tate. Andre Tate is an English guy. He was born in London, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy has become too much powerful and influential. And, the whole, he called them, the word he used, he's called them metres, just like when Donald Trump came out. I want to digress a little bit tonight. Because what we are doing is deeper than what everybody thinks. I'm not here to fight anybody, but what we are doing here is to open your mind and your frontal lobe to think straight as an IPOB member and to understand the sacrifices that those that have died under IPOB and where our leader is being locked down today because of me and you. Now, I want to show you what this young man said. I just said, go on your Google if you're watching this program and type the most popular man in the world. Even is more popular than Donald Trump itself. That's how popular this guy is. That's how popular this guy is. Yeah. And there's something that struck me. I started listening to him lately because he was in prison in Poland, in what's it called, in Romania. If you look at the screen here, you will see the Hustlers University, Andre Tate. I want to say something about loyalty and betrayal here. Look at what the guy said. He said, in a jail cell for a unknown period of time, facing the largest battles, it was the perfect time for any traitor on my team to betray me. But my team remained solid, flawless. I am a perfect judge of character, surrounded by impeccable men. Do you know why I put this here? It's because people think loyalty is about Onyendu is in DSS dungeon, sitting down there. I've said this over time. If Mazim Nandekan want to come out from DSS dungeon today, he'll cut a deal and come out. They're forcing him to do that. The reason why I put, look at the word, underline the word. He said, it is the perfect time for any traitor on my team to betray me. This guy is a multi-millionaire, young man. He was a kickboxer. He could Google Andre Tate. But I'm bringing this here. The reason why I put this particular thing up here, because I want to drive when we talk about loyalty and betrayal and where we found ourselves today. And now, if we go back on the issue, especially in United Kingdom here, because you see the foreign affair, they had a report that just come out because there were committees that have set up and all that. I'm not gonna go into that, but a lot of us see what it is today, and it's out there for people to read. That report was in internal report from our side. But the point is that if you ask those that are claiming that they want Onyendu to be released, ask them what has they been doing. They absolutely have no clue of what is going on. Even when this report came out on the UK, the verdict, a lot of them was making mockery of themselves, but they did not know how and what we do to get things done. Now, the reason why I'm saying all this tonight is because Onyendu is ill in DSS dungeon. And those that are supposed to be fighting for our leader are the ones now being the best people that actually want Onyendu to die. But they're playing double standard. Why Onyendu asks us to go and watch the movie? It's titled The Enemy at the Gate. Onyendu tell us to go and watch the movie. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the second or third or fourth broadcast he made. He urged every single one of us to go and watch The Enemy at the Gate. But then some of us did not understand what our leader was saying because Onyendu speak in riddles. But today he's playing it in. Chike Doziem and his cronies are the real enemy at the gate. So, but a lot of things I want to open your eye tonight to see is the destruction. The Foreign Affairs in UK, we done a protest in 2021. 2021, UK scheduled a protest. Our women scheduled to protest even before Onyendu was renditioned. And as momentarily we started protest. And now, they say they want protest to be abroad. They ask me, where is the protest going on around the world? As they claim. And they allow our people to go and protest back home and be slaughtered in a cold blood. The plot, if you check from 2021, from June, the country that protests most is United Kingdom. And then this is when they were hashing their evil. They were not contributing anything. They have held two protests they call 1 million march, which you can't find up to 100 people there. The one in Belgium was where they were hatching and loyalty and trying to groom all these media rats you're seeing around, because when they went to Belgium is Europe, it's easy to travel there. As long as you're in Schengen, 27 countries, you can get in there, not like United Kingdom. When they came to UK, very chunk of them came here, probably they couldn't get to United Kingdom. That's the fact of life. But what is the purpose of that protest? How far did that protest go? The voices that were supposed to be talking for our leader, if we hear today that Foreign Affairs is reacting, set up a committee. How did that get done? As I'm talking to you, I just received an email from my MP. We don't have to come and blow the wind and tell you what we are doing. Some of them said they are working secret, but the legal proceedings to get our leader out, to actually go after United Kingdom. United Kingdom here, they came here and said, Onyendu, I don't want to go into it because they talk about lobbying, they are lobbying, and this is one of the things that brought issue in United Kingdom here. They want to raise funds for lobbying. I know we're like, who authorized it? Onyendu never authorized it. Who are you lobbying? We've got a businessman here that is representing Onyendu, and they're still the ones doing the work. They don't have no change. They're getting paid. No one asks you to come here and do lobby. The money they lobby, £12,000. Where's the money? We didn't see the money. So what I'm saying, now, our deputy national coordinator, because we were constantly protesting. And if you doubt me, go to UK media platform on Facebook. You go back from June, you see all the protests we did. Go and check those protests. How many people in United Kingdom attended it? At a time, they brought Omada, the highway, because they were hatching evil. It wasn't in a good faith. It cost me a lot, even though I question it. But because we said command and control. But at a time, we need to question everything this individual do. Now, in this Foreign Affairs in UK, we set up a numerous protests there. And there was a particular one that went viral. Even I have spoken in front of there a couple of times. I'm going to play our Deputy National Coordinator in United Kingdom. His voice. And when they came to UK with this whole shenanigan, somebody, the parallel so-called national coordinator they brought in UK, this guy is a Hatch Ohanes Ndibo. What they've been doing lately is going from one place and cooking food, and this is what we kicked against. You contributing money and eating food and drinking while our leader is languishing in prison. Yeah? I'm not saying that people will not have merriment, but not in this point in time. And you see them in the street of London, kneeling down and praying and blocking Coronat and so. Nobody gives a monkeys about all this. What we're asking, who is getting that message you're passing? If you want to do incantation from here to Jerusalem, nothing is going to happen. Go back to your village and do that. But what we are talking about, how do we attract the younger youth in this country to let United Kingdom know what they are doing? Just like now, the foreign affair, they are stipulated, because this is not about Mazen Nanikan, it's about every British citizen that be held abroad against the law. Being someone that been extraordinary rendition. Even Omar Rico here in 1986 or 84, if I'm not mistaken, which is not a British citizen, British government went ahead and stopped them from, kidnapping Omar Rico here, and there were Cold War between the zoo and the British. Now, how much more to someone that is a British citizen? Tells you all you need to know. But this is our things these men have stifled. There's no protest anywhere. There's something the flyer I see going on around. They say they're praying in cathedral. All these are bollocks. Praying to who? Prayers is good. We have prayer warriors as teams. What the heck are you doing? Which protest have you guys staged now? They say they're going to Liverpool. All this time, I want to listen to them. I said, where are this clown coming from? You guys boycotted all the protests when it was needed for our leader to come out. The legal processes have got no clue what is going on. So I'm going to play. What I'm gonna do now is that I want to go through this particular because our Nemeka Maswell, the news he brought yesterday wasn't that appealing one. We all saw it here, Pastor Maswell Opera, and what he saw on DSS Dungeon about our leader. Our hearts are heavy, and we must. Everybody must be on their best behavior. But the problem we have here, it is not even the enemy; it's the people that is within. Chike Doziem, he says he's coming to Radio Biafra tonight, and please, somebody should tell Chike Doziem if you come into Radio Biafra tonight, make sure you come on live video. Do not be under your investment, under influence of alcohol, talking to Biafrans. Our leader Mazen Nani cannot address us. Even the Abanzonia, you meet this man, they all come, so they don't speak from the hidden place. They don't hide. So I don't know why you should be coming on Radio Biafra talking to us when nobody sees your face. Go live on Facebook, was where they connect to Radio Biafra. It's very simple. If you don't know how to do it, ask somebody, they will tell you. But don't come on Radio Biafra tonight and covering your face wherever you are. Now people not seeing you, because we want to look into your eyes to tell us how you murdered over 50 IPOB members in Aba. About 100 or 200 are still missing. And you guys are still threatening that you want to revenge. You're in Switzerland with your family. Your brother is in America with your mother. And you're telling people to revenge in Biafra land. I don't know how it's going to happen, Chike Doziem. So everybody, I thought so many of us have read this, but I'm just putting up here. But the most interesting thing here is that the situation of our leader being, because he says, I'm going to read this quickly because it's very, very important. This is the report that comes from one of the barristers that went to meet Onyendu, which is Tontos there yesterday. He said, hello friends, just came out from DSS headquarters Abuja, where I went to visit Mazen Nanikano with his sister. When they brought Emeke out from the solitary confinement facility where they kept him to the waiting room where I was waiting to see him. He was looking very tired, and I asked to know how he's feeling. He complains about weakness of his body and chest pain and always feeling vomiting. While we still discussing, he cut off discussion and rushed into the toilet and started vomiting. In the presence of his sisters for a while, and he said that I should ask his sister, who was with me, to come in to wait for a while because he need to have a little rest before further discussion with anyone. I went out and I narrated what happened to the DSS that brought him from the cell in the presence of his sister. There and then, his sister started crying, and he felt he left because the time allotted to me has elapsed. Please let federal government allow Mazen Nandekan to have access to his personal medical expert for proper medical examination. Maswell Opera ESQ. So, fellow Biafrans, it is not something you have not read, but I have my reason why I'm reading this, because it's very, very important. And people must understand that this is what they want to hear. This is what Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals want to hear. Nothing else. They want to see that our leader Mazen Nandekano is in a bad shape. And that is tomorrow morning, they're still propelling that Onyendu was poisoned by the DSS. And just to let you know that this is a Jimako's tweet, on September 27, Nigerian listed IPOB as a terrorist group doing a spate proceedings lacking due process and opportunity to be heard. United Nations expert has raised concern as to legality of listing IPOB as a terrorist organization, United Nations, July 2022. So I'm just bringing up this because we need to go back on this. And now, if we look at this, this is still a Jimako, because you can't go back to those that call our... So I'm not trying to compare people here, because there's all those that actually understand what they're doing and doubt not understand. Now, kudos to my colleagues, Bruce Fames, ESQ, all the quietly labored in achieving this, crushing victory of Mazen Nandeka. Congratulations, MK. I just received an opinion by working group on arbitrary detention on Human Rights Council demanding immediate unconditional release of Mazen Nandekano and repatriation for the serious violations of international guarantee right by the Nigerian Kenya government, standing by full option. So the point I'm making here, our leader has been held against even the United Nations already sanctified that Onyendi should be released. But guess what? All this whole thing going on is not just the zoo alone. Because the point I'm making tonight, I want you to understand the betrayal of Chike Doziem and his cohort. They are the primary people heading Mazen Nandekano. Because whatever zoo is doing today, it is their body language that are watching. Chike Doziem says in his word that I must push across that Onyende is still in charge. Ask Chike Doziem, what has happened? How have you been pushing that Mazen Nandekano is still in charge? I'm telling you, and there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me just leave this here. And there's something I just want to say before I can go back a little bit. There's certain things that need to be done. So I will stay through here. And another thing I want to talk about is about complicity of the so-called media worms and warriors. Emeka Gift are putting up his name here for a good reason why. Emeka Gift has been around, so if I can remember. Their farm writers, I remember when the family writers, they trying to front it, and which fought it against it, I think in 2017 or 18, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I have a problem with this write-up, because these are people that is actually, they are the people destroying and claiming that they are media warrior. They are not. They are not. IPOB, I've said it over time, every single IPOB member that have a smartphone is a media warrior. If you're writing this against somebody that have got no duty care to Mazen Nandekano, if you're questioning what this person is doing on their own private sector, anybody can answer president on their own organization. What does it got to do with IPOB? The name they're answering is not IPOB. Just like Chike Doziem have a new name. The reason why I'm bringing this up is the double standard you guys are playing. You claiming you learn it. You never learn anything from Mazen Nandekano. Because over time, you guys are making mockery of yourselves. You guys never learn anything. I'm counting you as one of the hardcore, but you have been boxing corner. Though you live in Africa, you live in Cote d'Ivoire, regardless who you might think you are, you need money. You can't tell me you don't get stipends from all this men. You have evidence of it here. You're writing this against the distraction you guys brought in IPOB from day one. This was a distraction. The orchestrated alibi. Distract the the gullible mind, and so many of them have fallen on the west side. Now, you're centering Aki with somebody that is not even mentioned IPOB anymore. What has it got to do with us? Question the memo I'm going to upload here. I'm just saying this. I don't call you guys by your names because you guys are irrelevant. But when you guys start writing this trash, please be guarded. Now, this guy they call China Sanworu, there's a thing, I said it this in over time. Anytime China Sanworu is saying something, that thing he's saying is what he's doing. I'm going to say more about him. But this is one of his write-up. He said, limit the number of close friends. Never lie to somebody who trusts you, and never trust somebody who lies to you. Be careful, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? This is how they roll. Anything he says is what he's doing. I don't know who this guy is. I haven't got a clue. But I know his days are numbered. And he's going to meet his wife. Because after he's murdered so many people for no reason, he's not going to get away with it. So, and this is the post he made on the Easter Monday. This is an old video about ESN. Because over time, I remember there was one time I was going through one video. The guy said anytime something happened, they will set up 2-3 ESN that they're working. Because they have to justify the money they have embezzled in IPOB. Can you just imagine how petty? This is an ESN old video on the Easter day. He talking about ESN. They're carrying gun. But he set them out in Aba to be murdered in cold blood without giving them anything. Whereas you know that ESN was not meant for our township. He killed more than 100 people because of he want to get to Akbarawa Mende. It is disgusting what you guys did. And you're not going to get away with this. You people will never get away. This is your last bus stop for killing our people. We are waiting for the one that called himself the HND, the vegetable himself, the chronicle of a saboteur. The enemy at the gate. This is your write-up on Easter Day. He tried to, the gullible one, because at the end of the day, I don't know what is wrong with our people. And there's something I want to say here. This guy, I said this thing over time because these are the people, the attacking dog they are using. Biafran Time and Rapture Media is owned by this guy you see in the screen here. Called himself Jackson Moses. If I'm not mistaken, I remember when I was talking to this dumb that lives in Germany. I remember one day we was on a video call. I think I see his face and a very, very horrible place that with a lot of computer in there. So why I'm bringing up here these pictures, because these people are carrying smear attack on people. Biafran Time and Rapture Media, it is not IPOB platform. This is an individual platform. They have used IPOB to be making their living. They don't work anymore. He's just sitting in his house with computer generating money. I don't have issues with that. I can do the same, but that's not what I want. I was talking to one of my colleagues this afternoon. I said, the last thing I would do is to use IPOB to make fun. Even where I work, with my lifestyle, why people telling George, put yourself on YouTube. But I wouldn't do it. You know why? Because I'm an IPOB member. I don't want to take from IPOB. I'm not building to have a followership to get money. That's not what I want. To turn the struggle into my followership now to make money. No, I don't want none of that. So the reason why I'm putting all this picture, because of the complicity of the so-called media worms that they have groomed, because now they become on their payrolls, because they are the people they have to use them to attack people that have done nothing to them. But it's kind of shameful. My brother Jackson Moses, Akbarawa Mende is an Ogoja man, but he knew that Akbarawa Mende was murdered in cold blood and he kept quiet because of the stipend you're getting. Kudos to you. This is our veterans here. Aloziem, Ike Peters, these are men I respect. All of you and Radio Biafra. And onslaught in Aba went on. The massacre in Aba to tomorrow morning, you guys are keeping quiet. And I see Ike Peters so many times posted about his children getting married. Don't forget that those people that are more than. And he grew up in Aba, because I have your stories. I think you're a Newe man. Alozie from Monyendu's side. So all of you are veterans. If you guys has been boxed into corner that you will see evil at this level and kept quiet, I don't know the kind of seed you guys are sowing. I'm bringing all this thing here because we have to talk about them. Now, there's a particular reason why I put this thing up here, because you see, this, I don't know who this guy, this Nwa Chineke is, but at the bottom of this, you still see Nigerian DSS have poisoned Mazen Nandekan. This was opera that we had. But anytime they're streaming, this streaming was on 14th of February, which is yesterday. This guy was still streaming the same thing. He's standing on his words. Even though he knew he lied. Onyendu is ill. But stop telling DSS to poison Mazen Nandekan, for crying out loud. Enough of all this nonsense. So I'm gonna let this go, you know. So now I just want to quickly get into a couple of things I want to talk about. There was a bit of shenanigan that was going on within what happened in Italy. We warned them that Italy is no-go area. I'm going to play our deputy national coordinators, viral video, because these are men that have come out and still doing what they are doing underground, you know. But at the end of the day, I'm going to put his voice for you guys to listen to in a minute.
Has she not been here to discuss anything? No, she hasn't. She hasn't said a word. Her own constituents have written to her. She doesn't say anything. So what is going on? What is going on? Why has nobody from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office mentioned Mazen Nandekan? How can you have a British citizen travelling on a British passport, kidnapped in Kenya on June the 19th? He was tortured for 8 days before being extraordinary rendition back to Nigeria. Why was he extraordinary rendition back to Nigeria when he's a British citizen? Has nobody behind these windows asked that question? How can you all remain silent? How can you all pretend that you can't see anything going on? It's all over social media. Catriona Lang, the High Commissioner for the UK in Abuja, has done nothing. She gets tagged in every single tweet that tweets about Mazen Nandekan and extraordinary rendition. She doesn't reply to anybody. You ask a question, she blocks you. Is that really someone in her position? Is that really something she could be doing? She's done nothing at all. She's a representative of the UK in Nigeria. She represents British citizens in Nigeria. Why has she not represented Mazen Nandekan? Why is the total silence? You've got another protest next to us here, a lady called Nazanin. Nobody's helping her either. She's a British citizen. What is going on in this country? The 67 to 70 Biafran war, it wasn't a war. It was a genocide. And the UK was complicit in genocide. The UK is complicit in genocide now. Today, it's happening again. Yet why do we not hear about it? You go 20 yards away, the BBC cameras are there, the ITV cameras are there. Why does the BBC and ITV not cover Biafra? If what was going on in Nigeria was happening in any other Commonwealth country, it would be all over our news. So why is it not reported? It's not reported because the British government are still looting all the resources in Nigeria. Biafra on its own would be a world leader in any way you can think of, one of the richest countries on earth. But the UK can't let that happen. Because if the UK lets that happen, it has to start paying for the resources, of which all the oil that it gets now is given free. How can you put oil above thousands and thousands of people's lives? Slaughtered on a daily basis. Catriona Lang, who works for this office, is fully aware of it. What's her response? Her response is to go on Twitter and start dancing with the Fulani terrorists who are committing these atrocities. How is that right? Ask yourself a question. How can we stay silent when this is happening? You can turn a blind eye. You can remain silent. You can do nothing at all. But don't ever turn around and say you didn't know what was going on, because you know exactly what's going on and you're doing nothing about it. It is absolutely shameful. Boris Johnson, what's he doing? He's doing nothing. Buhari is dead. Buhari died in London in February 2017.
That's right.
He died in London in 2017. So why do you still put this charade out that Buhari's coming to London? Buhari's coming for medical treatment. The man died in 2017.
Yes.
And when that comes out, seriously, the UK will look the biggest fools on earth. The death certificate's there. It's all written.
That's right.
There's proof he died in London. He's buried in Saudi Arabia. And yet you keep that quiet as well. How can you keep quiet that a president of a country died 4 years ago and you're still portraying him coming here for hospital treatment? Is that not a farce?
Cover up.
It's a total cover-up. A total corrupt cover-up by a totally corrupt government. But when Biafra comes, then we will see who laughs. Because it won't be the UK. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
This is our Deputy National Coordinators, Opera and Foreign Affairs. So this is one of the things we are talking about. We are lacking in the struggle at the moment because there's nobody out there that is pushing, about our leader being held in DSS dungeon. The voice is not reaching anywhere. What they are doing is they're assembling themselves and mimicking what each other says. Now, I just want to, there's something I want to say here. I've said this before, and I'll reiterate again tonight. Every principal officer across the globe under IPOB, under the leadership of Mazen Nandekano, regardless whoever come to you demanding for any handover of a document that Onyendu did is not authorized, do not allow or give any document to anybody, because at the end of the day, the person, it is not the person that puts you in the position where you are. Every single person, Onyendu, there's a memo that said Onyendu made it abundantly clear that every coordinator or national coordinator in any position if he's serving, you've been removed, that all these people should be reinstated, but Chikedozem held back. Now, we have a very complex issue that's happening in Italy, which I have said it over time. I said it before, that Italy is no-go area. That is not where the cabals are going to hash. And thank God that the memo that came out, that memo stipulated in that memo, which I'm going to show you here before I start playing the voices of the vultures. Now, the memo said it there. The memo of our barrister, which is Barrister Nemeka, said it there. And if you go to the number 7, he said Italian coordinator should not be tampered with. And I said, this is a standing order by the highest command of IPOB to the recharge card media worms and their masters. Chikedozie must acknowledge this fact that it cannot do anything in Italy. Chikedozie connive with Chinedu Collins in Germany and close IPOB international account, with Germany barely pay up to €4,000 monthly, the whole Germany in that account. It is not a German account. That is our international account. And it is not Correns was the first coordinator, national coordinator that have been in Germany with the constitution they have held there. We have all these things here in United Kingdom as well. Because over time, people dabble into issue of IPOB. If you're not a principal officer, you won't understand. All these media worms, none of them have served in IPOB in any capacity. Because before you start ranting or someone giving you information to go on social media and start talking things that you have no clue about is very, very, very damning. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is very, very important. The memo that the Italian national coordinator put out that has drawn so many attention, Mas Romanus, Obichukwu Mado Ogro. It is not just Italy. All this memo here stand on letter of no confidence on Chike Doziem and remind him his atrocities he has committed. And we just saw a couple idiots come out last week and be talking about this. I'm going to play their voices here and you hear what they're saying and how far they have gone. And I want to make one thing clear here. Italian, the so-called parallel national coordinator in Italy. Now, China Sanwo-Olu is faceless monk himself. His sister lives in Italy. And they have went and made her the assistant, the parallel financial secretary in Italy. And they are telling you that, oh, IPOB is not a family business. But China Sanwo-Olu is pushing tooth and nail in Italy to make sure that his sister, Chidimma Juliet Edward Nworu, now he's their financial secretary, the parallel one, not IPOB. Now the parallel national coordinator now he's his lover. That's how they roll. The so-called parallel national coordinator, just like with because they went ahead on the world, installing parallel IPOB. Now they're pointing finger on people that have no duty care to IPOB, but they're doing the opposite. I'm just letting you know that China Sanwo-Olu's sister now is the one they put in as a parallel financial secretary in Italy. And the new national coordinator there, the so-called parallel national coordinator now is his boyfriend, which I'm not dwelling in mentioning their names. Now, I want to play the voices of the people that have gathered together to talk about the memo that came out. And for the absence of doubt, there's numerous memos that have come. It came from United Kingdom as well, and from Italy and from America for the abundance of doubt. These are letter of no confidence to the vegetable call himself Chike Doziem. He says he's coming to the Biafra. We are waiting to hear what he's going to say. Anyway, but Italy, for your information, Italy is no-go area. Onyendu made it abundantly clear. I hope you can see that on the screen here, where Italy was actually, it was itemized on the official document that come from our barrister. On the 15th of December 2022, it is a standing order. Doesn't matter what anybody say. But we know that the media worm now are the one directing you what to do and what not to do. So I just want to bring this into your attention to know that everything you guys do, no one is going to get away with it. And I want to say something. I'm going to say something after we have listened to a couple voices that have went out to, because they see when they give them people's name to go and attack, if Maazé Zeji, my senior comrade, will tell you that they ask him to go and attack somebody, they will call you on phone because you don't give us your charge card, so you don't tell us what to do. We are gatekeepers. So these men, now they have become their payroll, so they tell them what to do. If you don't do it, but let's listen to their voices and see.
For Alpha Power Media International.
All of you used to see it. They come on social media. Then we sack Chike Doziem. When we sack Chike Doziem, we sack the US. All of you are seeing it. I might want to say, this is not all on social media.
The reason why I'm playing his voice first, I want to establish how this men roll and how they are using these gullible individuals claiming they are media warrior, which they are media worms. They're not for IPOB. After he said, then I will play their voice.
These are distracting the struggle, and they are being controlled by government. They don't know what. Some of them don't know what they are doing. Some of them knew. Yes, for 1 year plus. When everybody remembered it. For 1 year plus, when Onyendu was caught, IPOB case, do you understand me? IPOB proscription as a terrorist group in the Nigerian court of law. It was there. Everybody remember when we fought for this, when we fought for that, fought for this. Please, let peace be there at the end of the day. Which day did they get us? For the next court of appeal for our case, 16th October. Do they want us to clap for them? Whoever got the case, whoever got that date, do they want us to clap for them? Because most of them left what they're supposed to be doing as legal practitioners. They are interfering in IPOB. That is why they got 16th October 2023. And Monday, that they are going to visit Onyendu. Any of them that comes and write rubbish, Akachineke, this night, IPOB media warriors descend on that particular person and tear him apart. If you finish tearing him apart, that's why you come around. That's the work where you come at this night, man. Whether you are IPOB lawyer, whether you are special counsel to Makachineke, I am saying this thing this evening. From Monday, IPOB members, everybody listening. If you see anybody, whether it is Onyendu siblings, whether it is any lawyer, he says he's representing IPOB. He comes outside on social media and writes nonsense that will affect the struggle. Every media warrior descend on that person. If we find him on social media, we will send ESN on ground to pursue him. Because we will send ESN on ground to pursue him. Because we will send ESN on ground to pursue him. Because we will send ESN on ground to pursue him. Because they are the ones causing trouble in this struggle. Just to visit, just a visit.
So,
By Alpha Power Media International.
Just listen to the voice, the newest voice of these clowns, because I want to comment after they have spoken. The reason why I allow the faceless idiot monk to talk is because to tell you how they have been blackmailing people and threatening and cleaning our people. We have it in audio. There's no place to hide. This is a testimony against you. It is your word, not my word. Now, I want you to listen to these individuals. And I will tell you something. I don't mention names, but I will tell you something as they speak. And I will say something on them.
Charlie, a former non-entity that knows nothing, can't even read his name or write his name, is there as a national coordinator. I spoke with this idiot, and he told me that any day they remove him, he is going to surrender. He's going to give every properties of IPOB that is under his disposal. He's going to give it out. To do all of Ugia, all on absence of our leader. Mazi Chike Doziem is the one in charge. And whatever he says goes.
Sometimes ignorance is not an excuse in the court of law. When someone's saying in absence of our leader, somebody said to this idiot that Mazen Nandekan is not absent. Mazen Nandekan is in DSS dungeon, you idiot.
Any directive from him is authentic. Whosoever that will give suspension from Mazi Chike Doziem or Mazi Chike Doziem give a directive to Mazi Chinasaworu or to Mazofo or to Mazi Nzurumike, everything they come on Radio Biafra to say, they are all authentic because the directive is from Mazi Chike Doziem. He is the highest at this moment. I want
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I'm not saying it again. I suspended immediately, right? On the next step. Ugolo Zoike. Kamuta. Nanyana. They will not save you. They can only tell you, oh, don't worry, Mazi, the Chapa is the mother. Upon a JPA has an Mazi will show us. I can nominate Mazi will show us. 2 years now.
I hope you guys are listening. They're making mockery of our leader, but it is not a problem. I want everybody to listen because at the end of the day, it is the pain we have to go through to restore Biafra. But all this individual talking has not contributed anything in IPOB. They have taken from IPOB, they have never give back. Let's go ahead and listen.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are some people said in the time of Omadike, when Omadike they are around. There are some people.
Did you hear in the time of Ohamadike? Onyendu is in the past. These people are living in a Klakuku land. Onyendu is in the past. This is one thing I want to open your eyes to see. All this recharge card media. Abakala Tingwom. After Master Prophet called them Abakala Tingwom. So these people, look at these 3 lunatics. They have contributed absolutely nothing in IPOB. None of them could come out and give you the receipt they're making their monthly payment. The one in Germany that lives in Germany is begging for 240 euro in a year, and you work in Germany. You couldn't afford that in yourself to set up common stream yard, and they calling your whole kindred to come and join me, and they have the infantry. Let me allow this to talk before I say something.
We actually not do something wrong, but because even I don't like that person or come don't like that person, they will move in or she. Yes.
I want to warn the already dismissed ex-IPOB Italian National Coordinator. I want him to listen very careful. I'm going to show you his picture. They send, they wire almost 200 and something thousand euros to this man called Ogro account, his private account. They wire almost 200 and something. We are recording.
It is quite pathetic that somebody will be saying things he has got no evidence to prove. Can this guy come out and show Ogro's account where anybody have paid money into anybody's personal account? In IPOB, it is not allowed. I can categorically tell you United Kingdom here. In North London zone, we are using personal account, but there's a paper trail to that. And this guy is here telling you that they pay 200,000 into Ogro's personal account. Can somebody tell this idiot to bring the evidence of what he's saying? Because when we speak, we come with evidence. Where and which account did you pay this money that bears Ogro's name? Please. It's very, very important. But we will talk about the vendetta, why he's now taking on him, even though they were instructed to go and attack Ogro. After this memo came over 2 weeks, they couldn't do nothing because they're apprehensive. They forgot that talking about our people they murdered in cold blood is about Ogro, that is doing the work that Onyendu have instructed him to do. Let's go.
I call this man to come on Biafran television. Let me.
Do you hear his personal vendetta with Ogro? He called Ogro to come to Biafran television, not Biafran television. Say you call him to come on Rapture Media, not Biafran television, because you're not on Biafran television. You stream through Rapture Media, and Rapture Media is a monetized platform that owned by Jackson Moses, our Ogoja brother. He has got nothing that live in Italy, which Ogro himself have helped. So because of he didn't appear in your program, neither he rejected to come to yours, rejected to come to Ikenga. This is our 3 people they call, and the idiot girl that lives in Italy, they gave that miserable, baby saboteur that actually they are the people that crippled IPOB from beginning with Madam Oyibo, came back, say he have made mistake. He didn't make mistake, because when people talk, once you're a convict, once you're a saboteur, you can never be trusted. A saboteur will always remember we will always remain a saboteur. That is why Onyendu urged us to go and watch The Enemy at the Gate. Because that young boy that were playing double standard, the person that killed him was the enemy. Hang him in the hang him in the I think in the public place in the local town. Between the enemy and the people, the guy was passing information between the both aisle. So these individuals now talking. To be put it on record, I'm going to allow their voice, but I want to say something before I continue. These three individuals that have spoke here, they have a personal issue with him because they called him the madman that lives in South Africa. Invited Ogro turn him down, which he already is building his own platform because they're all making living through it. That's why he come Facebook more than 10 times a day. If he was for the cause of the struggle and he working to achieve and pay his own dues, he wouldn't be on Facebook all day. Now, the clown that lives in Germany, that one called him on that so-called platform. He rejected them not to call there because he has got nothing to say to them. So that's where their vendetta came from. And the little brat, that girl was given IPOB official letter without even paying a dime. IPOB doesn't matter because if any country you live, you seek asylum, you're going to go through a process. You have to get a lawyer. How do you pay? Not even monthly due, she didn't pay. Austin Albani ordered the same Ogro to give her official letter that gave her 5 years that she's working now, ranting. And it's calling Ogro illiterate. Can you imagine a chronicle? These are chronicle illiterates. Their only illiterate has got is chronicle. And he calling Ogro an illiterate. Can you imagine? Let's listen to them. Well, I'm doing this tonight because time permits me to do it. But I will warn them that Ogro is no-go area. And Ogro, the Italian national coordinator, he's holding them where he's spending them. I want to say something here. The former national coordinator, which is for Michael Iruanya that came to United Kingdom, was running Italy from UK. I remember one of his write-up, he was advising Ogro that he should calm down, that lamenting how he left 8,000. I'm going to ask you again tonight, Iruanya, the 8,000 he left, as he said, in Italian coffin, what was it? We have an international account in Italy, which I, George Rume, I made payment in it numerous times. That's our welfare account. And it's approved by our leader. And it's off reach for Chikerism, his gang of criminals. They cannot get to that account. It doesn't matter what they do. It's off limit for them. So these clowns that are coming out here talking, BTV, the BTV for Avengers of Doubt, BTV account is in Austria. That is where the BTV account is. And the Maz Ogro himself, when they're trying to bring BTV in Italy, everything that have happened in Italy, and he has handed everything over to them, Austin Albani, with his cronies. So when people are making assertions, what we are here to do is that in-depth of IPOB will give you the in-depth of what has transpired, not hearsay. Not when somebody tell you to attack, you become an attacking dog, saying something you don't know. He calling it illiterate. Thank God he's an illiterate, but all of you are chronicle. You know what chronicle is? Get a dictionary, that will help you. But I'm going to allow this to stay through. Then we take it from there.
We interview him as our national coordinator in Italy. He's running away on our boss.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Biafra TV never said they work for IT today. It is because of me. Yes. The former national coordinator of Italy. All the money that was donated for him to make sure that IPOB Italy is put television worldwide is put in order.
Imagine somebody calling someone an illiterate cannot even put a sentence together. It is quite pathetic. Anyway, I'm not going to give them more time. Like I've explained, they're quite irrelevant. And the Italian national coordinator, Maz Ogro, still continue doing your works because I know you are holding them. They can run, but they can't hide. But the things remain. We'll make this video viral for them because they think we are here for joke. And anyway, yeah. So, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, what I want to do, I'll definitely I would definitely play one or two voices, and I will call it a night. So their voices is not quite in. Let me just give you the people that are talking though.
For Alpha Power Media
These are the people. You
International.
can't take them serious. Can't take them serious.
But the many 12,000 we share yesterday. I'll give Madam Fushi 4,000 naira. I'll give Oanji 4,000 naira. Then I'll give Sister Chalugo 4,000 naira. That is 12,000 naira. So now can't wait. I can't use that remaining one take back. No,
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
It's quite appalling. I think we're hearing the kind of people and how they have bastardized the so-called media warrior. You see the names they are calling, the people they call their names. That is the people that are always backing on the social media on daily basis. The amount of money they are giving them, 4,000 naira, I think it's less than £10, if I'm not mistaken. It's less than £10, to be honest with you. That is the money they're giving them. They're making them to come out and be saying, doubling into things that in depth of IPOB, they have got no clue on what is going on. So I just want people to see the character of people that are coming out to judge people. So I just listened to one or two
Alpha Power Media International. Alpha Power Media International.
na-eje agwa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu o jelu ebe ahụ sị hey Maazị ịmakwana Chinasa Nworu na-egbusisi ndị ESN and do you expect Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ka akọba Chinasa Nworu aka? But ife abụ the half truth. O jelu ebe ahụ sị Maazị Chinasa na-egbusisi ndị ESN but ọma ngwakwa Maazị na ndị apụta akpa afa na Radio Biafra bụ ndị ha nwaziri dịrị ka ha jezugbo ochi Kanu ntafa Chinasa Nworu pụtazi akpa ọfafa asị Chinasa is pointing finger. So iburubuo ESN then turn ozugbo ochi, then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. Iburu ESN becomes an ESN member. Then you be the general Zulu machine on the mud. Now on the madana. General rape why. Then Chinasa Nworu say, hey, ride on because Nebubu ESN Chineka Pokwagoko. I jidelanya bepogamu because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. I think we are here to joke. The thing about no wonder, even say for in IPOB, you go for some sensitive position. I help you can get because all blum mother hanging or hanging or body channel in Ghana medal better for the Ejidona just hand that over to police. Nkambudu imebe na munga ya de I will order say hangiage na nuni rape why. Nuni rape why. Half truth is very dangerous.
Anyway, I'm letting all this play. I just got one more to play though, so that's it. Just listen to the characters of people that are trying to, chastise someone that have dedicated his time for work for IPOB. Let's listen to the clown in Germany.
The coordinator of Cologne, he called a police for me. When this issue started, they call him here that he is an idiot. He should took this case to court. And I want to tell the leadership that if this case get to court, that is when I will turn to Tiger and Lion. And I want to tell the leadership they should not blame me, because I will pack every of my receipts. That is when I will put allegation on them that they will balance me all my money back, because that is the main point that I will go for. That is exactly what I will go for. I will tell the court that they have been collecting money from me, defrauding me, telling me, giving me, putting me in a state of imagination, telling me that something is coming where it's not coming. And that is when I will put allegation on them. If they don't know, I have all my receipts, I have my defense fund, I have a lot of payment that I have done. I want them to understand this, and I don't want the leadership to blame me, because I'm still waiting for their court. We will go to that court, and they will see that they will fail. They will fail. And I have a lot of people that are going to join me to bring also their receipts that they have already defrauded them. I want them to understand they are dealing with somebody that is, I reason very well. I reason very well.
Anyway, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, I am not going to dwell into this, but the reason why I allow these idiots to voice up their slush they've got in their mouth is to everybody to understand where we are and where we are going to. Tonight, what you take out to this is that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu remained the only elephant in the room. And our leader, we are calling all the international community and United Kingdom governments to do the needful to persuade their puppet, which is the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, to allow Onyendu to have access to his personal medical practitioners and to have his medication, and to actually release him, because Onyendu has been a discharged and acquitted within their own court. And Onyendu has committed no crime. Onyendu was renditioned. So this is what we are asking. Regardless of the evil that the men that Onyendu have given the duty care to propel our POB, as he now is in the forefront, and they deem him as a leader, as Onyendu being absent, and this is where all the problems lies, when people don't understand the English word using Onyendu. Onyendu is not absent. Onyendu is in DSS dungeon, and it's reachable. So if you want to communicate with our leader, you know how to do that. So anybody classing Onyendu that is absent or in time of Onyendu, you guys are the one holding our leader. Whatever that happened to Onyendu, Chike Doziem and his cronies are those we should held responsible. As he claimed that he's coming to Radio Biafra, I don't know if he's on right now. To those that may be listening to him, I hope you guys are asking him to make sure that his face is showing as I am talking to you here. He can't come on Radio Biafra to speak to you or those that are listening and to tell us what has transpired or how have they murdered our people in Aba. And he will be doing that under his basement in Switzerland without giving us on spot account what has transpired 15 days after our people were mowed down in Aba. Chike Doziem yet to speak. Fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, I thank all of you for listening to me. And my names are still remember as George Chukwume, and I want every single one of us to, to put our leader in prayer. Onyendu did not call himself, he called him. Most importantly, at the end of this journey, Chukwu Kabiama will decorate him, and he will come out with that mantle, and Biafra shall be restored. And those that have paid this ultimate price, and all of us that are sincere in what we are doing, that maintain the stand and stand, lone voice shall we always stand there. That is why we are here on Biafra Alpha Power Media Critical Analysis. We hold no prejudice. All we are doing is to try to redeem you from your stupidity, those that have lost direction, those that are now being driven out because of the cabal. But what we are saying here, we will not give in. At the end of the day, Biafra shall be restored. From me, from here, it's good evening. Ndewo. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wonderful people of Biafra. Depending on your time zone, wherever you are listening to us this moment, my name's Mazi George Izuchukwume. I reside here in United Kingdom as one of the humble servants of indigenous people of Biafra under the leadership of Onyendu Mazim Nnamdi Kanu, and nothing has changed. This evening, today is the 27th of April of year of our Lord 2023. As I welcome you, please welcome others, because tonight we are going to unveil a lot of shenanigans going on within. Biafra Alpha Power Media International is standing in the gap of Radio Biafra for your information without no apology to anybody. We will lay it to bear as our leader have taught us. As a student of Radio Biafra, we fear no body or remorse when we say the truth. Onyendu said that when Chukwuka Biama called him, when Radio Biafra started first, Onyendu never anchored Radio Biafra. There were a lot of people that were on, even Kanu Takano was anchoring Radio Biafra. Some of you don't know this, because Onyendu's voice and Kanu Takano's voice is the same. The first time I heard Kanu Takano's voice, I thought he was our leader. So for some of you who doesn't know, back in the day, from 2012 to 2014, Kanu Takano often, up in Radio Biafra. I'm giving this because I want people to understand why we are here. This is not saga or to please people. When Onyendu came out, a lot of people detest Onyendu. I remember one of my friends, I sent Onyendu link. The guy called me and said, George, please, I don't want to listen to this. I've said it before, one of the programs. And the guy today, his mother, is booking mass for our leader. Having said that, I just want to acknowledge those that have doing wonderfully, sincerely, the hardcore IPOBs across the globe, those that believe in fundamental core values of IPOB, without any shred of doubt, without no fear of favor, standing on that oath we took an oath to restore Biafra. Not for me. I don't have a permanent friend, neither a permanent enemy. As long as you're doing what is being said, I have no issues with it. But the day you deviated is the day you become your worst nightmare. As you all know, we are not here for prejudice or to malign. Anything we say here is as it is and with evidence. Our sources are 110%. So tonight my monologue is, firstly, I want to reiterate, because a lot of people have forgotten. You know what the cabals are doing is to drift the attention of the reality. But like we promised them and we told them that anything that have beginning have an end. Chike Doziem is no longer the head of Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra. Chike Doziem is leading Biafra community on whatever you want. You might be in exile. I haven't got a clue, but I'm letting you know tonight, if you're not aware. The purpose of this is for every assembly to understand that what we do here is not about gravitating about facts, but we'll give it to you the way you might not like it. But like I said, what transpired in Aba on the 31st of March was abomination in our land. Onyendu said, for Biafra to come, we must be white and whiter and whiter than snow. Onyendu said, if we kill our own, Biafra will never come. That is why Onyendu make it openly. That Owazurike, you see him flip-flopping. Because in this world, one thing that stands the test of time is truth. I'm letting you guys know tonight because at the end of the day, we owe nobody no apology. Because what we are doing is what Okeke have called us to do. So what they're doing is to deviate your attention from the onslaught that went on in Aba, and we say no to that. This man must be held accountable of their heinous crime in Biafra land. As I go forward in this program, I will be showing you the facts about how they have compromised the lives and the security of our people by their single act of treachery against our leader and IPOB at large. Now, when what took place in Aba took place on 31st, I did program on that same 31st, and I said I will not comment on this issue until we ascertain what happened. Because when we say things, we don't forget them. I want you to quote me right when you want to quote me. And I came back on forth, and I laid you to bear. I told you what happened. And as I'm saying tonight, Chinasa Nworu came on Radio Biafra and was gravitating around and said, misogynist, talking things that make no sense, blame the death because all this was calculated and something that was masterminded, including their erats and their media worms. After they murdered Akwara Wamende, they held a secret meeting, saying nobody should talk about this. But I want to review one thing to you tonight as well. As you all know, the vegetable himself that leading the Biafran community came on Radio Biafra after 15 days of this particular, murder. And he was so, vulnerable that he couldn't even hold a 2-minute or 1-minute silence for the death. It's playing games with the life of our people. Because he was the masterminder with his Aram boy that lives in Kuwait. They call Chinasa Nworu the faceless monk that lives in so-called desert that's sniffing dust there on a daily basis. He never mentioned what happened in Aba. What does that tell you? And it was hidden. That was not in the camera like I'm talking to you now. I've always said it. Onyendu speaker, Onyendu Mazen Nande kind of talk to us on camera when he's doing Facebook Live. He's on Radio Biafra. I don't know if he doesn't know how to operate, being on, connecting from studio on be on the radio. You don't have to hide your face. Other people, even those that are claiming that they are leaders, they're all of them, their faces out there. Why are you hiding your face? Not coming out because as I'm talking, you can look into my eyes and you can see. I'm not fringing. Because what I'm saying here is something that dear to me. I have a lot to do to devote this time and my own time and my money to be doing what I'm doing. But Chike Doziem has no balls to even to mention that those he claimed that he was leading were massacred in Aba. But I want to tell you something tonight. Like Chinasa Nworu claimed that he called his so-called H&D, informing what was going on. All these are lies. We have sources. Matter of fact, Chike Doziem made a personal call to Akwara Wamende. Sometimes when people are lying or you playing games with people, you cannot get your way all the time. Who sold Abafendi to them? Where was the fund, resource for that Jagatia project went through that they saw no amount of men that were on the street that they were wearing same white, only Akwara Wamende was wearing black, which is a target. But I can tell you now that Chike Doziem made a call across Akwara Wamende, told him that they want this to be peaceful. Chike Doziem told Akwara Wamende that I want this protest to be peaceful. Because Akwara Wamende was a humble servant. I have been a victim of these monsters. In United Kingdom here, When they set up Umuada, the fake Umuada that come to United Kingdom, I know what it cost me. I will tell you on a very good day. Some people that are close to me know what happened in UK here. Even though I was the only person that questioned the meeting, the para meeting Okachi called. Okachi was not UK national coordinator. And I told him in his face, I don't play games. I fought for Okachi in United Kingdom, but I told him in that meeting, as Okachi, you have got no right. After Onyendu have made you the head of medical corps, director of medical for the first time, and which I don't know what he's doing with it today. And you call it a para meeting where we'll have a new national coordinator in the United Kingdom. All these things we are following command and control. After that, I still went through to try to contribute mine to make sure we facilitate this to go forward. I know what happened to me. So Akwalawa Mende was one of the humble servants following command and control. Chikerozem told him, we want this to be peaceful. I will tell you today that when the Zoom murderers were killing our people, they took off their shoes. What does that tell you? Our people, you guys know what I'm talking about. When our people, when they caught them in the middle of between Road and Osisoma, where they have 2 barracks there, where Chinas and Warriors family members are residing as I'm talking to you. This man took off their shoes when they were shooting at our people. This man was unprepared. But guess what? Cindy, Chisom Dream Peters was on the background telling them that this is Abba State ESN Command, in collaboration with IPOB, matching for their leader, which I'm going to play her voice here. And there's another man there saying the same thing. Chike Doziem could not mention the death. And some of you are playing games with the life of our people. I will speak Igbo for one thing in this program. Onye si no ji ofo ijikwa aja ani. Ajụjụ na ajụ unu n'abalị a, onye si na ya ji ofo ijikwa aja ani. Ofo bụ nke asatara asata. Ka nke enyere nna gị ka nna gị nyere gị. Pardon me for using this language, because this is very, very deep. Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals. Ijikwa ofo, obuni iji ofo, ijikwa ajani. I want you to go and ponder to this word tonight. But I want Biafran to know that Chike Doziem set up our people and murdered them in a co-broad in Aba with his collaborator, China Sanworu. With the same girl they call Chisom Dream. I will mention their name here. All this, they call them Umudum writers. This bunch of riffraffs. Because I remember when Umuchuku writer was formed up. That's why I mentioned Ezekwesi, but Ezekwesi fell when Uchemofo left IPOB. I made my investigation and I found my finding. He's a gentleman. I spoke to him. He lived in New York. He was the first person that interviewed Onyendu under Umuchuku writers. When Onyendu went to New York. We are here. We're not going anywhere. We'll give you facts and figures. So all these riffraff, I'm going to mention their names. These people are the people that China Sanworu is using in Aba. China Sanworu have done indescribable things in Aba and of Axis, including Olu. Why have you asked yourself, why is it that Olu is unrest? All these evil men we have within IPOB, all of them are from there. They have sworn. That's where when Umiomio cried. Umiomio made some references on what has happened. So because what they did was they want to divert our attention. They forgot about what happened in Aba. We say no to it. We are going to hold them accountable. Let them not forget that we are living in a very civilized world. I said I will always refer you guys to what happened in Liberia and Sierra Leone. And those bear the consequences. I just wanted to let you bear. I will play the audios, as when I'm getting to where I'm going to play them. I'm not going to play it now. But I will still remind you of what transpired in Aba tonight. Because at the end of the day, it will never go away. Now, I just want to let all you guys know that, the zoo are trying all their best to make sure they dehumanize our leader. Over time, I said that Mazen Nandekano, if he was sent by man, personally, I, George Ume, will not budge. The day I had Onyendu's voice, gross bomb was all over me, and since that day to today, I have never wavered. Anything that concerns no bomb, no man preach Biafra to me. Someone say, listen to Radio Biafra. I always say this. And those that United Kingdom, the day I took over, that was what I said. I say it all the time. Get that video out there and understand who I am. I don't play. Whatever I say today, wake me up tomorrow morning, I will say the same thing. So the tuberculosis outbreak in DSS is intentionally targeted. That was screen leader. By the so-called presidency. But at the end of the day, we know what they are doing. And our leader will come out triumphant at the end of the day. And nothing I want to say again, today there was this court in a Supreme Court of the, but anybody saying that is secret. I don't know why every little thing, this riffraff, they want to turn it into propaganda. We were aware of what's going to happen, and we know what was going to be the outcome. All the value they've passed, what have they done with it? Nobody should come here and tell us about Zoo Law Court, because Onyendu has, even United Nations Working Group has sanctified our leader to be, discharged and acquitted. The one good news I have to comment is about the Idiara Gold. This same, our sister that came from the same, I think is from the same place Akwara women they came from. There is some people, and we must respect them. My sister, we welcome you back in a mix of the hardcores, because you have paid the ultimate price, and that is the reason why we're doing what we're doing here. We're defending those that have paid that price of honor. Your name shall be right in the gold, as our leader said. Now, I want to say something here, because over time, people don't really realize how far these men have gone. There is something that has been trending, and I want you to connect the dots. What happened in Aba is something that have happened even when Onyendu was here. Within the structure of IPOB, this man has been playing these den gods among themselves. But some of us wasn't clear to us what was happening because of the command and control, we've been put on, and we still respect it tomorrow morning and our code of conduct. When they cannot blackmail you and you don't succumb, two things will happen. Is that like us that in our blood, they will expel you without even giving reason for that. But the people in Biafra land, what did they do with them? Is either you do what they ask you to do, or they will send the SS after you, or they will eliminate you. And China Sanworu has been doing this perfect, because we have it in audio. It's like I said, whatever they have said is what we are using against them. I don't come here to fabricate my own words. What I do is that I take out what they have said, and when they said it, and I will give it to you. Now, the so-called Umu Udala writers took it upon themselves and tried to blackmail a young lady that was a hardcore and that was involved in IPOB security architecture in Biafra land. That have worked us seriously, because our sources, we don't just come out and say things. Because we are media outfit, and most of all, I believe to take responsibility of my own words. Anytime, any day. I want to make something abundantly clear here. Neche, that young lady, all of us remember that, and suddenly we didn't see her again. One time, I think I read something above, she was saying that DSS was training her. And sometimes again, they kind of smear attack on her on that she was in somewhere in Lagos or whatever, on TikTok. But do you know why they did that then? That was the old pictures like that young girl that have life over her. Even though she's enjoying in the beach, what aren't you enjoying where you are? What does she have to do? She's a young kid. That's your child abuse, for crying out. That's it. Even if in the real world, they will charge you for child abuse, for allowing that girl to get involved in what we are doing. It's a child abuse on her age in that time. I want to make it clear here. Baby soldiers in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, people went to prison for it. Guess what? The propaganda on Neche Chukwu Nenye is a cover-up of Chinua Sanwo-Olu on his atrocities activities in ESN in Aba. No, what we are seeing now is a piece of what this guy have done in Aba. Chinua Sanwo-Olu's family's member, the one that still left there, lives in the barrack in Aba. He's an Ngba man. He's an Ngba man. Neche knows a lot about Chinua Sanwo-Olu. Sabotage and the killing of ESN. Commanders and lying against them. This is our sources. Chinua Sanwo-Olu come out to deny whatever I'm saying tonight. And what Neche knows. We don't know where she is. But what I'm telling Chinua Sanwo-Olu, don't forget. Ndi Igbo si na dibe na agwa otolo. Ebe ka ike gede. Dibe na agwa otolo. Ebe ka ike gede. If you guys are threatening that young lady's families back home, we are not living in a archaic age. Every single thing you guys have done is on record. Mark my words somewhere. Mazen can never grooms ESN to turn the gun against of our people. But they have done so, and they have come out publicly and threatening people. All these things are on record. Propaganda and blackmail are Chinua Sanwo-Olu alternative weapon to silence those he couldn't kill or hand over to DSS. I want you to quote me right. All this I'm telling to you tonight is I say it. They said it, if they don't hand you over to the police, then they will cut off your balls. I will play their voices here. It's not me that said it, it's what they said. Now, Cindy Peters and Amarachuku, Debbie, and Umuchuku, devils, are working for Chinua Sanwo-Olu to blackmail Neche. After helping him to disappear Akwarawa Mende and kill over 50 others. Aba massacre. Neche will definitely speak when the time is right. Chinua Sanwo-Olu, you don't need to shit on your pants. Because when you guys carry smear attack on her and showing her pictures in what's it called, that she had on Instagram, that's her private life, is because you want her to come and be talking and be ranting on social media against the formation you guys have created to distract attention. There's no any hardcore IPOB member will be distracted. We came out and fought those we thought that were enemy, but we never know. That's why when I told you guys, because some of us, we don't forget things. When we say things, a lot of people might take it out of context, but we don't lie. I don't gossip. Anybody that know me know I don't gossip. Come to me talking rubbish at back, I don't listen to you. When the day I called Chinua Sanwo-Olu, the day I said Chinua Sanwo-Olu has a pathological hatred to where Onyendu is. It was taking, all of them was taking shot at our leader. One day he came out and openly said that Onyendu suspended into Chikedesium. My word confirmed. It was confirmed. There's no if but. Now again, as they are now moving forward, they thought all of us, they will bamboozle all of us to one corner. And when I told you that Chikedosium was the enemy at the gate, then I refer you back to Onyendu. I think second to the last or third broadcast he did, that every single one of us should go and watch the enemy at the gate. I said it to people. But today, everything we have said have come to pass. One thing I want to let Biafrans know is that when you see these people pointing finger on somebody, know there's something about that person. That young lady, whatever she is, Ukikabiama will be with her. But the ones that is still in our back, and they're giving 2,500 naira to carry smear attack on someone that's not in your lead anymore. We'll be tired of it. And to blackmail somebody. And every single one of you that are going after this girl for no reason, don't forget, your own family, they are not hanging on the tree. They are not in the tree. When you start killing people, all you've invited is an anarchy. No man is a monopoly of violence. When you turn the gun against your own people, it will boomerang. Mark my word somewhere. So I'm sounding it as a warning tonight. China Sanwo and your gang of criminals, all this riffraff you have in Aba, all this Umuchuku, Gota media rubbish, including all this useless Emeka gift, all these are a bunch of idiots. Family right, I remember when they fought Uchemofo. That's one thing I respect about Uchemofo. And I'm saying it today. Despite that they fought Uchemofo to new physical and spirituality, they confused his head, twisted his head. All the fraction in IPOB that brought problem today in IPOB, Uchemofo kicked against it. In United Kingdom here, when they created about women, Uchemofo said no. That we don't want fraction within IPOB. We don't I stand on that. If somebody is answering autopilot, these are fractions. There's no name. Any name that does not resonate with IPOB, count me out of it. And that's why we have problem today. Because these people bring their own outside agenda within IPOB. If you have something, that's why Onyenu say, bring a spirit argument. If it's good, we accept it. But not bringing your own, innuendo into what we are doing. And that's what have brought us. Onyenu open that door. And look where we are today. I don't blame him because our leader is blemish. Mazen Nanekan is a god. He's good as diamond. Till tomorrow morning. That's nothing like him. And if we miss this opportunity, our generation, I don't know what they will call us. So I want to move forward tonight. Like I said, the blackmail, the cabal is kind of against nature. They are wasting of their time. And the young lady will speak whenever she will speak. That is what our sources told us. And take it to bank. Those that are striving, try to kill themselves, know that whatever China Sanwo, all the crime he committed in Aba, he will answer to it. But beyond. Including Chikedozie, because that must be accomplished. At the end of the day, all of you will judge together. I will move on. Now, there is something that happened, I think, yesterday in South Africa. And first of all, I have to thank my comrades in South Africa. IPOB worldwide in South Africa. IPOB, one family in South Africa. You guys have done us proud. And I must commend Mazi Innocenta Anya, the comrade. The reason why I have to touch into this tonight, because when I told you that Chike Doziem is an enemy of the gay, people don't understand. I have said this before. In this world, when something does not happen to you, when he found first-hand information, he must treat you with care. Before Onyendu was rendition, United Kingdom scheduled our women to be doing protests in front of number 10 Downing Street. Before our leader was kidnapped. And United Kingdom started that protest. We were doing it on a daily basis. Even it brought problem because some people don't know how to manage things and they don't listen. Guess what? Those protests was boycotted by Austin Albani. Because Austin Albani, that nitwit, is the one actually engineering. Because Chikedozie doesn't come out and speak like he told you. But he's a snake. He's the most dangerous human being you want to deal with on this planet Earth. You see me? I hate people that it doesn't speak. Any man that don't speak, run. They will kill you and still laughing. They boycotted all those protests. And there is no country that have protested more than United Kingdom since our leader was extraordinary rendition than United Kingdom. It's on record. But I want you, that is why when they wanted UK media, we look at those monks. Everything is on record. Mazen Nandekano will come out alive. We are not arguing here. But the truth is that what happened in South Africa, have opened everybody's eyes. That Chike Doziem will go to the far to block Onyendu's protest. But people were using IPOB name to raise fund. Chike Doziem never moved muscle. But they will go far. What did I say to you? They do not want Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to come out again. They have written our leader out. China Sanwo-Olu, Chike Doziem, Austin Abani, Isaiah Oba. What is his name again? This one, I don't mention Isaiah Oba. Isaiah Oba is nobody. I'm calling this one the head of media, Chukwudi Former. The so-called deputy leader, deputy DOS. I don't mention this clown. This man. But as all of them are cabal, none of them want Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to come out again, and they have written our leader out. That is why they went this far. I hear somebody saying, are you still hearing about United Kingdom? Let me say this to some people that clown that don't know. If you can go to company's house today and type IPOB Worldwide CIC, you will still see Sophia Kanu as a director there. You will see Sophia Kanu is still a director there till tomorrow morning. We left all these things that way it. But what I'm saying for those that don't know, what does that tell you? Secretary made herself a director in somebody's company. I own company in UK. I know how it runs. Because these people, they gave you information to come and talk. You're looking at it when you're talking. You have never been part of it. You don't even know what is happening. But I have to give my accolade to our comrades in South Africa. They did us proud. But this has shown you how Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals, one Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, released from DSS dungeon, ASAP. They lied that DSS poisoned Onyendu. They are telling DSS poison Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And this clown they call Nwachineke is still putting that nonsense in his scream anytime that idiot is broadcasting. The so-called rapture media that is had nothing to do with IPOB. This is a monetized page they're making. That's why they make their end. They're making their ends meet from the blood of our people. But Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals went as far as going to get a restriction from our people not to protest in South Africa. And they've forgotten that South Africa was one time a country that was fought for liberation for years and oppression. That's a country that human rights want. And he lives in Switzerland. These are civilized, supposedly civilized people. It's like in the United Kingdom, you want to go and tell police to stop somebody not to protest. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? If they could do this, what did I say to you guys before? I said, if they could do what they do to us that live abroad, these men are men that have their businesses and whatever they do, they came out to protest for Onyendu, and they were stopping them not to protest. But they allowed our people to go and protest in Aba and be murdered in a cold blood. What an ironic. These are evil men. I said, because your generations will not come out from this particular seed of decoys that you guys have sown. So our people in South Africa was restrained not to protest. But our people back home in Biafra land, Chike Doziem gave them green light. It must be a peaceful protest. And send Nigerian military and their murderous agency to kill our people. They were shooting our people in a, when they ambushed them, these men took off their slippers and be killing our people because Chike Doziem told our people it's a peaceful protest, and they were shouting that this is Abia State ESN command. On the background, child, God forbid. I will flash the document they ascertained to restrain our people in South Africa, and one of the clowns they sent out to come and stop them. But Okeke judged him by himself. Because what we do here is not to malign anybody. We come here to deliver a note. And at the end of the day, you might not like what we said, and I don't care. But it must be said. If you have the balls, you could say it. But if not, keep out of the way. When Onyendu came out, there wasn't a lot of people that can listen to our leader, though. But if you had that voice once and grew to it, that means you were called. That doesn't mean you will not fail on the west side. I just want to, I'm not going to read through this. But what I'm going to do here, I just need to get, give me a second. I need to get up this on the screen. So I just want to let Biafrans understand the kind of people that we are dealing with. Because it's very, very important that we lay these things to bear. Now, this is according to, this is the document these guys ascertained to restrain our people in South Africa not to protest in United Kingdom, United Nations office in Joburg for the, inhumane, degrading treatment our leader. Extraordinary rendition on his own is a crime against humanity. And these men took out their time and their money to protest for the immediate, to the unconditional release of Onyenduma and Nandekano. Guess what? Because when we are telling you guys, we have a lot of things Chikerism have written as an email. If you read that email, you'll be asking, is this man actually leading us? This is what happened between them and Simon Ekpa. I don't want to bring that guy's name here, but I will say it. Because when Simon Ekpa find out that these guys, he was holding meeting. And when they tell him to swear an oath, but he want the guy to swear oath while allowing him to come to meeting. I don't understand how that, I can't put it together. That's why I said, I'm not involved in whatever they say. But that brings me to this thing tonight. This thing here, it says, in the High Court of South Africa, Pretoria. It says, in the matter of indigenous people of Biafra, South Africa, NPC, and the number is there. He say first applicant, then Mazi Okechukwu Isu, national coordinator, and the so-called names that is mentioned here is mentioning. These are respondent. The people now you see here, the respondent. He's mentioned there is Basichika Ude, innocent area, which is the Western Cape, and Chukwudi Obiuku, which is the third. Chukwudi Obiuku is actually the SADC rep. Can you imagine how demented these individuals are? This guy is just a national coordinator, if he's one. But now, he's now litigating a SADC rep that he's under. That is where we are at. And tomorrow you will ask him the world, how would they take you serious? For life of me. I want to go to, because this is the names, respondent. So the names of respondents are here. I think this is online. Anybody can go and find about it. Respondent, all participants to the unlawful protest stroke. Picket and march under IPOB at the UN office. Notice of motion. This is a notice of motion, according to them. Kindly take note that the applicants intend to make an application to the above honorable court on the hour 2200 hours on Tuesday, the 25th of April, or as soon thereafter as console may be hear from an order in the following terms. And they start. Dispensing with the rules, regulate of form, service, and time period as prescribed by the uniform rules of the court, and directed that the matter be enrolled and heard as an urgent applicant in the terms of rules. 6:12. So now they're taking IPOB to court. They say that the respondent and any associated person of people who have been suspended or dismissed from the indigenous people of Biafra, in bracket IPOB, and are interdirect from going ahead with their planned march to protest, picket at the United Nations building or anywhere in South Africa on 26th of April 2023, or any further date under the name of IPOB stroke indigenous people of Biafra, or any such of variant of names or prefix and suffix in a manner to cause prejudice to the organization that indigenous people of Biafra alternatively. My brother, these people have gone far. I'm not going to be reading all this here, though. But what is this is telling you is how far this man can go. How far they have gone. Now, they actually restrain. If they have the power, they don't want anybody to do anything that is actually benefitable for Onyendu or IPOB at large. But you know what? I have to tell you that our people in South Africa, Innocent Tanya and his group and our comrades there, you guys have done IPOB proud. And Mazen Nandekano and IPOB at large will be everly grateful to what you guys have done. Because they cannot circumvent justice in a very civilized world. But this is disheartening for what we have seen here now. I'm not going to be able to sit down. If I say I'm going to be sit down here to read this, it's going to be all night. So, but at the end of the day, as you can see here, I come to the third page. I'm in the fourth page here. The person that signed this is signed by the Joburg on 25th of the day, April 2023. And whoever signed it, the councils and in the Basan House. So they were actually restricted not to protest. And the names are, he said between Hall and Festival Street, Acradem 000, attorney whatever, and registers above Honorable Court, and the respondent, and actually he was giving their phone numbers. How devilish these men are. Their names and their phone number were listed on this particular note of emotion. These guys, they raised against people that want to protest for our leader to be released unconditionally. Jesus Christ. And yeah, I think it's the same thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the same thing. I think there's one affidavit as well. This one here, there's an affidavit that attached to it actually. They found an affidavit. They took affidavit. This Okechukwu issue went ahead. They took affidavits. He sworn an affidavit, sworn an oath. And in this oath here, I'm going to leave from let me say here, he said that the founding affidavits, I, the undersigned Mr. Okechukwu Isu, do hereby swear under oath and state that I am an adult male, age 44, and a Biafran national from Nigeria, who is the national coordinator of the indigenous people of Biafra, South Africa, situated, he said, Darringen House, suit, wherever he lives. He said he's taking an affidavit on what he have said because, when the law took his place. So the guy went far. Even as he had put all these things, it's not enough. The guy went out and sworn an affidavit to back it up, to make sure that our people did not protest for Onyendu. I don't know what else to say. But what I want to state categorically clear here is that Chike Doziem does not represent IPOB. Chike Doziem is the leader of Biafra community. But they want to stop our people not to protest. That is how ironic and evil this man are. I will stay true because this is this is the same thing here. But at the end of the day, the South African government ignore them and grant our people the permission and their fundamental human right to exercise that right, and they protested. Now, I just want to let Biafrans know this is the animal that they sent, they unleashed this dog to go out and disrupt our people in front of United Nations office in Joburg. but he will never in his lifetime again try something like this until the day he sees his ancestors. That is his face. And I want Biafrans to take note of this monster. And I will give you his name because, like I said, we always have our sources, and our sources will always give us what we want. His name is Emmanuel Isimmiri from Ozobra, Anambra State. His name is Emmanuel Isimmiri from Ozobra, Anambra State. This is the animal they sent to go and disrupt our men, those that were genuinely from heart to protest for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just making it abundantly clear for you guys to know who this guy is. I'm moving forward. Our brothers and our comrades in South Africa, we thank you guys once again for your marvelous work. Now, there's something I want to point out here. This tweet here, this particular post here is posted by Chinasa Nworu. Chinasa Nworu was taking, you know, he always shooting himself in the foot. Like I said, once he saw your hand, everything you do is become detrimental to you. Now, he wrote this thing on his word. He said, remember, he said, I can't see that thing, but I think he said, remember, because of the NECO. You know, now, what he's saying here is that what happened in the 2021, if everybody remember, and I'm going to play his voice where he was actually accepted that Onyendu actually sent a message. Yeah. So this particular post up here, he said, remember, it is because of this NECO that some idiot decided to sabotage IPOB leadership in 2021. Yeah? In 2021. Are now seeing that what NECO is doing now, we expect them to attack NECO for rescheduling NECO exam in Nigeria. I hope most of you Biafrans have seen how these fools, out of jealousy, envy, and greediness, did all they can to sabotage IPOB sit-at home order on 8th of August 2021. And today, they are supporting those calling for sit-at-home to continue for the sit-at-home. I reserve my comment on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. You know, anybody that are listening and see this thing now, judge for yourself. Chinasa Nworu is still referring, making references to the ghost town. The sit-at-home, Onyendu, requested they suspend 72 hours before they even come and announce it, that have cost over 1 million lives in Biafra land. That is what he was referring. Because he was referring to Kanu Takano. If you listen to Chike Doziem, when they tell you Kanu Takano is nobody. But Kanu Takano, when Chike Doziem was asking what was the reason, suggested, tell them that NECO exam is coming on to honor our leader's word, because Onyendu have spoken. When Onyendu make a statement, it become automatically a law. And there's something Onyendu see ahead when he was saying what he was saying and what is happening today. Now, this is response from Kanu Takano, because Kanu Takano does not, he doesn't hold his gun down. He said, Kanu Takano now said, what I stopped Faceless, aka Mohammed Abbas, from doing on the 090821 was what he did with his mistress in Aba on the 31st of March 2023 by murdering Akbala Wamende and over 50 men. Why did you deny that? Why did you deny them murdered? You have no business in IPOB. And so some of them are jumping up and down today. What happened in the Zoo Supreme Court? You'll be sitting down and asking yourself a question. Are these people for real? What is it got to do with what we are doing? United Nations, when we have first time in the history of man, Biafra sue the free arm of government, United Kingdom. That's the foreign affair. After they give that particular verdict in their court, now foreign affair now unveil what they have, the inquiry they put up on our leader to state that our leader was not giving what he's supposed to get, the help from British government. You ask yourself, is your force running around like a riffraff? You know, if you get our sister out, that's what we've been get paid for. There's nothing to rejoice about. It's your job. You get paid. And there's no secret there. So I just want all us to understand that it was a singular mistake they made that has brought death to our people. But today, Chinasa Nworu is coming out to still remind our people after he have murdered them and all the things on ill things they have done, he still have no remorse by the Sobel no Nyendu. But at the same time, he's the one telling you, that people should always listen to what leadership say. I don't know how I speak because I speak English, I'm not a Ngba man. I speak Central Igbo, you know. So, but what I'm saying tonight is that for people to understand, Chinasa Nworu is one of the Amaramami Hoa. That is his own word I'm taking now, you know. So I just showed all these things here to you to understand where we are. Now, maybe they think we have forgotten, but as I'm going forward, I'm just going to be playing. I'm gonna play this Aba massacre video again. As I'm playing the video, I will be analyzing the video. I'm not gonna play the video and just left it that way. I'll be playing it, and at the same time I'm playing it, I will be analyzing the video at the same time. Because at the end of the day, I want you to understand that what we do here is to open your frontal lobe to understand where we are and where we are going. Now, the Aba massacre, a lot of people think is something that was happened naturally, or some people are comparing it to what happened in Afaruku Ibek. I want to say it categorically clear. Afaruku Ibek, High School Aba, Headbridge Onitsha, Mpo, Igbocha, all these are price we pay for freedom. None of this was orchestrated or was set up by our own to go die. All of us was in one accord, and every participant was doing what they should have done in their own capacity. Our then former deputy was in Radio Biafra, all the sport account. Then our sister Waka Waka will always be on the ground giving on sport account. I want to remind you guys that you guys are not dealing with idiots. We know what happened. Afaluku Ibek, they made an attempt more than 3 times. Even Kanu Takanu was in that house. They never run away. Onyendu was there. That's different. Chinasa Nworu, Chikedozem, where are you? Are you on the ground? When our people were slaughtered, he wasn't there. Mazin Nankanu was held in DSS to Correction Center before our people started protesting. That was a reason, that was a need for it. Just like as they come out to protest. But this protest was orchestrated because you knew what was going to happen to our boys. If the protest was made, normal people protesting, there wouldn't be any casualties. They were not prepared. He told them to be peaceful. Because even the Zoo military and their murderers, we are taking off their shoes. What does that tell you? If there's what our people were working with, all those things already has been destroyed by the tradition. That's why these men were taking off their shoes when they were shooting our boys. Are you guys going to deny it didn't happen? And the so-called Chisom, whatever that girl name is, or shouting in the background that this is our state command in collaboration with IPOB. You know, what is all this all about? That's my question. So I would love us to listen to their voice, and I'm going to play. You know, the ironic thing is that I don't know if you guys listen to Chike Doziem on Radio Biafra. I'm going to do something here. I'm definitely going to try to listen to him. You know, so I'm gonna play his voice. So let's listen to his voice, and we'll take it from there. That's what I'm going to do.
Alpha Power Media International.
They hear our voice or not, they must be assured. In fact, they should be rest assured that the DOS, the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, the leadership of this great movement, which our leader Onyendu Kanu put in place, is leaving stone unturned. We are not relenting in any manner in doing what has to be done, what must be done, what needs to be done, what should be done to ensure that our objectives, which remained.
It's quite pathetic when this guy is talking, because I just don't want to allow him to be talking without maybe interjecting on his ranting. You know, if you listen to his voice clearly, you will agree with me that Chike does him on his in a good day. When he talk, it doesn't. You know, I know he lately starts sounding stammering, because he now become so petty that he cannot get his words together. But does it really make any sense on what he's saying to you, though? And things he's saying here, does it really make any sense? That's one thing people should be asking themselves. What is it that Chike is talking about? If you listen to him, pay close attention on what he's saying. Because this is a man that actually murdered more than 50 people. Over 150 people are missing. He did not mention their name. He did not say what happened in Aba. And these people, you know, let me say something here. Our people need to be careful. Our people need to be careful the way we do things sometimes. This sentiment of a thing and docileness of our people is something we need to revisit. This man is the man claiming that he's the leader. He's now the leader of IPOB, in quote. Our people were mowed down in Aba, even though he's the one that asked them to go out and protest peacefully without being prepared. And now from the back, he sent the zoo armies to go and kill them. He never hold 1 minute silent. He never say, oh, our people were mowed down in Aba. At least consolative words, there's nothing that come from this man. This guy is a stone cold murderer. Quote me anywhere. No leader will watch his own people being murdered without making comment. After 15 days, he appears in Radio Biafra without uttering a word, without even mentioning those that have been died. And he's telling me that this kind of a person is somebody you will be proud of if his hands are not soiled. Let's continue listening to his jargon.
Same as always, are both fulfilled. Our immediate objective, as I have always informed Biafrans, is to ensure that Onyendu rejoins us.
You know what? When he said Onyendu rejoins us, he's mocking our leader. He doesn't want Onyendu to come out. From every shape or form, Chike Doziem does not want Mazinan. Chike Doziem doesn't talk when Onyendu talk. He's here. He's talking about leadership. Ask him, which leadership are you actually referring on? Is it the leadership of Mazen Nanikan or your own leadership? Which leadership is he talking about? Because when they talk about leadership, when they started this phrase of leadership, I said, these guys, they have an agenda. IPOB have one central command. Which leadership is he talking about? Is it Biafra community? Is he referring to? He doesn't want Mazen Nanikan to come out. Anybody that said he's rooting for our leader, he cannot deceive people like us because our eyes are open at all times.
The family that he has left for going to 18 months and counted now. And of course, rejoin us in order to continue the battle forward and to continue on the work and the mission. And of course, our second objective, the most, one of the, well, I wouldn't apportion importance to both of them, but both are as important. One is as important as the other. Under the watch of on the day of our Heroes Remembrance Day, heroes and heroines, of course, our people.
Yeah, I want to interject here. He said the days of our hero and heroines, so he knew that people actually fell. But on this day, this monster never remember those that he murdered in cold blood in Aba. Chike doesn't put call across to Akwalawa Mende, specifically telling Akwalawa Mende that this protest must be peaceful. And they must wear white. Akwalawa Mende was wear black to make him the easy target. But he knew. He's now telling you about what's going to happen on 30th May. But he never paid homage to those that he led to their untimely death. What an irony.
Should prepare to buy a kola nut, one kola nut on that very day. That kola nut, we shall also use it up as a point of contact with heaven and with our ancestors.
The reason why I'm trying to beat a bit of what this guy is saying, Biafrans, this is not the first time Chike Doziem have come out and told you to get the kola nut. You know, these men are diabolic. And I would advise some of you today, you acting weirdly, because some of you that I knew before that are claiming they are hardcore, some of you, the way you behave, are sat down and said, are you actually the same person that I know? But as something struck me, someone was saying something. You know, like those that live abroad, there are so many of us here that have been here for years that don't have their whereabouts. And I found out that a chunk of people, especially here in UK, has compromised. I don't want to go deeper in this. But sometimes I'm going to talk about this because some people I know before, the way this individual behave and the way they are behaving today is quite opposite. To say that when we see things, we say the way it's like Onyendo has taught us. But I became shocked on some of them, their dealings. Now, I want to advise you, 30th of May has got nothing to do with Chike Doziem. Chike Doziem has blood in the hand. So 30th of May will not wash out for whatever he said. Whatever he's saying it because he's mocking our people. He's not saying it for the betterment of our people. He's indirectly mocking our people. He never mentioned the people that died, the recent death, the onslaught, the massacre, Aba massacre. He never come out of his mouth through all this ranting. He never for once mentioned them. And he's telling you what is going to happen. How you're going to get Colonel to get heaven. Which heaven? All these are the rituals they've been doing. One way or the other. Because we will fight you physical, spiritually. That's how they messed up with your first head. You know? But let's continue listening to him because for a reason I want him to talk.
Our homeland. And IPOB ESN has made that possible. And it's not only that we have made it possible, it is our duty. It is our duty to continue to ensure that our land is safe for our people to return home and carry out their businesses and live their life. The Igbo diaspora in the zoo, the homeland of Biafra is waiting for your return and expecting, or rather very expectant, that you will bring that and those developments you have used in developing other nations, that wisdom, that gift, that special endowment from heaven that you all have used to develop other parts of the other people's land. Also, our land is expectant that you will come home. The IPOB leadership is tonight asking every person that at the moment is stationed in the area called Law Banta in Abia State. We understand that that place called Law Banta is called a cattle market.
Fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, I've got a couple of videos that I want to play. But to be quite frankly, I will not waste my time on this clown. But there's something I want to point out here. I remember when they front out the project of Efi the Igbo cow, and there was no more Fulani cow in Biafra land. I want to ask tonight, is that still Fulani cow in Biafra land so today? Now, there's something I want to say here. You see, these guys are political jobbers. They know how to send signals. Now, this all Banta, whatever they call it, it's all Jus Okalo that gave it to the cattle rearers or Fulanis to Hausa people in our land. And this guy know that this is not where we go with just mere speaking with your mouth. He asked Chike Doziem what is being sold in Olokpanta. But he told us last year there is no more Fulani cow in Biafra land. That's what he told us last year. You see, when you guys go on and be making in cynical comment, it become detrimental. Because our people brain is not functioning. He said things, he forgot what he said before. Olokpanta now is saying it because he want whoever that is taking over now to them to contact you guys because you guys are getting a bag of money from them. It's not something that we don't know. China Sanwo-Ori, sometimes every rumor you had, yeah, there's atom of truth on it. Remember when they accused China Sanwo-Ori and Chike Doziem going back to Biafra land, they being in Jeep and China Sanwo-Ori building a hotel. Some of us then defended these individuals. But to be honest with you, not anymore. And to be fact, they actually traveled that time because later sources told us they actually went home. Because I remember this China Sanwo-Ori saying that there was one time he came and said that he called Emmanuel and put it on video call. Emmanuel did not know where you live. You haven't seen Emmanuel. He sees Emmanuel. Emmanuel have not seen you before, if I'm not mistaken. China Sanwo-Ori, the money, the welfare money, because he was involved in welfare, sending messages. He used our money to go and build a hotel. I think in Ebonyi State. That's why I started talking about Ebonyi State. These things are facts. And now they are now into money. The same thing happened between them and Soludo. Soludo discovered that these are clowns. When Soludo came out and said IPOB is emphatically working with IPOB, he never heard them say anything. The reason why I stopped Chike Doziem is that Chike Doziem, I want Biafran to listen. Chike Doziem came on the 15th. Is it on 15th? On the 15th of April. On Saturday, I did a program that Sunday. After 31st, our people were mowed down in Aba. He never mentioned their name. He's telling you all these things now, talking about Olokpanta. I'm asking, are they still selling a Fulani cow in Biafra land? If they are still selling it, then you don't take a man like this as serious. Chike Doziem is a vegetable. He's only talking about his belly. What is concerned, what he cares about is what is going to go into his stomach. Nothing else. Nothing else. That's what he's talking about. This is prepared. These are agendas that be propelled. That's what they're dealing with. Now, I just want to touch on one or two things here before I go. I want to play
Diaspora Alpha Media International.
This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
I hope all of you are hearing the voice. This is a man that came out with their whole heart to protest for our leader. But little they know that this man planned them to be roasted alive. This girl that called Chisom Dream Cindy, this is the person China Sanwo-Ori has been using lately. That's why they carry smear attack on Neche. Neche is not at your reach now. Neche survived the manhunt of China Sanwo-Ori and his cohort. And for your information, especially you, Cindy, when involving on threatening people's family, don't forget their own family, don't hang them on tree. It's just things I'm going to remind you.
This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest.
The funny thing about this is that it baffles me when they pronounce Onyendu's name. This young girl don't even know Onyendu's surname. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not Kalu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not Kalu. Our leader's name is not Kalu, it's Kamanu Ozuzu. K-A-N-U. Not K-A-L-U. Kamanu Ozuzu. Please. Just show you that they don't know who Onyendu is. For abundance of doubt.
Seeking for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asking Nigeria government to obey their court order by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with immediate effect. We ask for nothing than release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
They are shooting at us. That's all. We are on a peaceful protest and they are shooting at us.
The same Chisom Dream, she's the one, probably 200 yards away, and shouting this same thing they're shooting at us. It's quite disheartening what happened actually on 31st. Very, very disheartening.
Nigerian government are shooting at us. We are on peaceful protest and Nigerian government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Sorry, soldiers everywhere. We are on peaceful protest. We are on peaceful protest and they are shooting at us. You can hear the gunshots. People are shooting and shooting. Peaceful IPOB members are protesting.
I post this video because I want people to pay attention. That is our comrade, our brother, Akarawa Mende, lying lifelessly there with white and black. And you can see someone is standing beside him and they're still shouting, they're shooting at us. It brings tears to my eyes to see this kind of betrayal on this scale. This young man woke up in his house wholeheartedly and listened to those that call their leaders without knowing that that was the last day he's going to say good morning to his own family. And after they murdered him, they lied against him. That's the worst thing he can do to death. When someone is dead, you don't lie against them. You don't blame them because they are no more. They cannot defend themselves. They are defenseless. That young man is lying lifelessly there. But these people went ahead to come to Radio Biafra and deny. After denying it, Chikedozie came on Radio Biafra. He didn't acknowledge this death. And you guys still believe that these people, as we are looking at them today, they have anything to offer or to do with IPOB or Biafrans? Of course not. Let the video end.
All of you used to see it. They come on social media. They will sack Chikedozie. Onyendu will sack Chikedozie. He will sack the DOS. All of you are seeing it. Am I the one saying, is it not all on social media? These are destruction, distracting the struggle, and they are being controlled by government fifth columnists. They don't know what, some of them don't know what they are doing. of them knew. Mazi, for 1 year plus, when Onyendu, everybody remembered it. For 1 year plus, when Onyendu was caught, IPOB case, do you understand me? IPOB proscription as a terrorist group in the Nigerian court of law. It was there. Everybody could remember when we fought for this, when we fought for that, fought for this. Please, let peace be there. At the end of the day, which date did they get us for the next court of appeal for our case? 16th October. Do they want us to clap for them? Whoever got the case, whoever got that date, do they want us to clap for them? Because most of them left what they're supposed to be doing as legal practitioners. They are interfering in IPOB. That is why they got us 16th October 2023. And from Monday that they are going to visit Onyendu, any of them that comes and write rubbish, Akachineke, this night IPOB media warriors descend on that particular person.
I just want to, the reason why I want this to play before I can comment. Our young, lovely sister, a hardcore that have worked assiduously, is in our court, must be protected, wherever she is. And she will give her own version of this whole story because she survived the manhunt of China Sanwo-Olu. Like I said, talk is cheap. Whatever you said, that is why when police hold you, even though you commit no crime, he said that whatever you said, he said you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to keep quiet. Don't say a word because whatever you said might be used against you in the court of law tomorrow. China Sanwo-Olu make them bold here, tell you how they operate. Now, they will send all the whole E-worms after you. If this is not enough, then they will now send, you will use the C, if not, if the DSS cannot get to you, then he will use his dead man squad to come after you, which you have done in a numerous time, which all those things will come out on a due time. Like I said, my brother, you can run, but you can't hide. We're living in a small world. If I told you how many people they arrested in South America in 90s, when like a Brazil now start extradition now, because before Brazil wasn't doing it, before they signed that treaty for them not to, because all the criminals in Europe before run to Brazil, Brazil welcomed them. They were not extraditing them, but as long as Brazil come up to that, realm in the world map, now they knew that they have to have this kind of treaty with other countries in the world if they want to be seen responsible. If I told you how many people they were apprehended there, you wouldn't believe it. You can hide in Kuwait for all you care, but remember that the crime you committed in Biafra land, you cannot get away with it. There's still first-hand, informations against you that you will answer in a due day. But the reason why I want to point out is, so I want to tell my sister Nature, wherever you are, if you ever come across this video, do not be deterred because you're not alone. We all are the same victim of these animals. They have chosen to come and destroy IPOB within. They were pointing finger to people that have got no duty care to IPOB, whereas they are within doing their dirt. But woe betide them because we are here. We ain't going nowhere. I'll allow him to finish. So because I want everybody to hear it, then I'm going to play the video of how they are sending people to the DSS and cutting up their balls. Because like I said, anything I said, I will prove it at the end of it.
Tear him apart. If you finish tearing him apart, I will show you on ground. You come out to this night, Mazi. Whether you are IPOB lawyer, whether you are special counsel to I am saying this thing this evening. From Monday, IPOB members, everybody listening. If you
subsequently this week, because everybody shouldn't forget I said I was gonna do the
For
yeah.
Alpha Power Media International.
So let's listen to. I just want us to listen to this guy because it is very imperative that we understand the magnitude of the errors and evil these men have orchestrated within IPOB and how they chastise those that are weakling. A lot of people have lost sight and hope. The threat is enormous. So just to buttress what I said, listen to this guy, and he could tell what is happening to our sister nature, which they have done to, even including myself. I was, if now because I live here in UK, imagine if I was back in Biafra land, what was my crime? My crime was that I sent money to the designated account. That was it. And because it is not because I committed any crime, because they see me as somebody that when they say a blockade, they say, see that we can't cross this guard. They know that I cannot be bought over because no one brought me in. I voluntarily joined the struggle, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. You can't buy me with money. You can't buy my conscience. I met one of my comrades when the issue of Okachi United Kingdom, I always reference it. I still remember I told the guy, I said, my stand about then has not changed because I knew I was not wrong. So I want you to listen to this clown that lives in South Africa. These are people that they haven't got a clue from their left, from their right. These are riffraffs. And they started grooming them now to become an attacking dog. I remember when this guy used to call Radio Motherland from Ikechukwu, which he confessed. And I have no issues with anybody. All of us are Biafrans. Well, when you start acting like a lunatic, if you're taking some meth, you're not the first person that have taken it. If your brain can't take it, do something with your life. But listen to him, because I don't want to be saying things out of context without proving what I've just said. So let's listen to him.
Hey, Mazi, ESN. And do you expect Mazi Nande Kanokakova China's on Waka? But if about the half truth, Oja say Mazi China's and Bushes in the ESN. But Oman Mazi Nande apụta akpa afa na Radio Biafra bụ ndị ha nwaziri dili ka ha jezuo ochi kanon tafa Chinasa nwere pụtazi akpa ọfafa asị Chinasa is pointing finger. So iburubuo ESN then turn ozugbo ochi, then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. Iburu ESN becomes an Iburu ESN member. Then he be the general Zulu machine on the mud. Nana on the madana. General rape why. Then China Sangola say, hey, ride on because Nebubu yes and Chineka Kwagoko. I jidelanya bepogamu because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. I think we are here to joke. The train of Bodo. No wonder, even say for in IPOB go for some sensitive position I equate can get because all bloom mother hanging or hanging or body channel in Ghana medal better for the Ejidona just hand that over to police.
I hope you heard him said it. He speaks Igbo, so it's free flap. It's not consistent. So Igbo is our language, but Biafra. The reason why Onyendu speaks English is because it's not only Igbo that made up Biafra, and that's what they made people to believe. That is why anything concerning IPOB must be said with English. That is the language all of us can understand now. And Onyendu have said it, the day Biafra restored, every clan will make their own national anthem with their own language. So I don't hope that, but this is something that concerns IPOB. So it shouldn't be said in Igbo because not everybody will understand what he was saying. But apparently, for those who does not understand Igbo, he's specifically talking about those people that are claiming they were ESN, even though that this man has done nothing wrong, and they have now given China Sanwo-Olu a chief of staff to show you the level and degrading and their mentality where they are driving at. China Sanwo-Olu has got nothing to do with our security formation. If he's in part of the welfare is welfare. You know, welfare in every sector in the world has welfare. So welfare cannot be the financial head, neither should you be the director. You can't be none of this, or commander. You can't make yourself what you are not. And I remember Uchenna Asiebu analyzed this individual. He know their capability. He know their aspiration. He know their level. He know what they could do. And the guy was not mistaken. But this guy is telling you what they do to people. So the same thing they're doing to this our young sister now, Nature. If they cannot, is a manhunt. She escaped China Sanwo-Olu manhunt. If they cannot get you to do what you want them to do for you, the next thing they will do, they will set you up with the DSS. If DSS could not do it for them, they will use their death squad or whoever. He is saying that if it was him being in the position, he's going to be cutting people's balls off. So that is what he's saying, but they know they've been doing many things, because those that have killed and paraded, all those commanders that have killed in the past, what did they do? They practically did nothing, because then some of us, I didn't applaud for them. I wasn't involved. I never said anything because I didn't understand what was going on. I don't dabble into things I don't understand. The security in Biafra land, when we formed ESN was to protect our forests and bushes and protect our mothers, our land, not to harm or to hunt our own people. But this guy here now is confirming it 110% to you that China Sanwo-Olu and his gang of criminals, what they do is even cutting balls is what they have been doing, cutting heads. So what are you going to say about it? Just hear how they finish before I give my closing remarks and I'll call it a night.
Half-truth is very dangerous.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
So, I'm not going to continue with any other video. Thank you, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Tonight has been a wonderful one, even though we have some disconnection with our network. Again, my apologies. I have a new network set up at home, but I don't know for some reason what has just happened. And I thank you all for listening. And tonight, what I want you to take home tonight is this. Our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu shall come out triumphantly. Regardless what the enemies and the mechanicians are doing to break him down, it shall never happen. I want you to understand that China Sanwo-Olu and all this gang of criminals, specifically Chike Doziem, does not represent IPOB. As you all can see what happened in South Africa, we've been saying this for over a year plus now, but now is evidently to everybody to actually grasp at what we have been talking about. UK have been shouting on top of our voices. Our national coordinators and deputy have written numerous memos to, buttress what we have been saying, because we have a numerous evidence, against this individual. And probably, I don't know if I'm going to come on air this week again. If not, but what I will assure you is that there's something we need to lay to bear again. The $747 that was stolen in our first ESN account before Nyendu was renditioned. We have to revisit it. It's going to be a marathon program that all the evidence will be here on the screen. And Biafrans should know. Chike Doziem accused Madam Nnyanya through the guy that we are traveling. This was something they planned. I have it in audio here. I can play it tonight. Maybe I'll leave it for you guys when you know his limitations before the devil took over him. He has no agenda. The agenda is to strive for IPOB finance to some extent, which they have done anything they could. They went to Italy, everywhere, United Kingdom, here. Those money, what are they doing with it today? They have got no clue what they do with the money. But what I'm saying to every single one of you, to know, I'm going to do that program because Chike Doziem never asked question about 747,000 that Madam Oyibo and co. with him himself embezzled. He never told us what happened to the Umeri account, but he was concerned about IPOB international account in Germany to make sure that that account was shut down in collaboration with his errand boy, a spell criminal current Chinedu in Germany. So what I want to tell you tonight, fellow comrades, whoever that believes that Onyendu Mazen Nandekano is the man that sees tomorrow, he must stand with your two firm. He must make a stand tonight and know where he's standing without no fear or favor. Thank you, fellow comrades. And one thing I'm asking Chukwuka Abiyama to continue to strengthen our leader. Those that are in the clear mind and faith will be here with us, because Onyendu will join us soon. As we all, the same way they took him away from us, the same way he will surface. None of us we know. It will be something of unheard. It's a miracle, and it's going to happen again. And at the end of that, Biafra shall be restored. And for me, from here, I say, it's good night. There one. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wonderful people of Biafra. Depending on your time zone, wherever you are listening to us this moment, my name's Mazi George Izuchukwume. I reside here in United Kingdom as one of the humble servants of indigenous people of Biafra, under the leadership of Onyendu Mazim Nnamdi Kanu, and nothing has changed. This evening, today is the 27th of April of year of our Lord 2023. As I welcome you, please welcome others, because tonight we are going to unveil a lot of shenanigans going on within. Biafra Alpha Power Media International is standing in the gap of Radio Biafra for your information, without no apology to anybody. We will lay it to bear as our leader have taught us. As a student of Radio Biafra, we fear no body or remorse when we're saying the truth. Onyendu said that when Chukwuka Abiyama called him, when Radio Biafra started first, Onyendu never anchored Radio Biafra. There were a lot of people that were on, even Canon Takano was anchoring Radio Biafra. Some of you don't know this, because Onyendu's voice and Canon Takano's voice is the same. The first time I heard Canon Takano's voice, I thought he was our leader. So for some of you who doesn't know, back in the day, from 2012 to 2014, Canon Takano often, up in Radio Biafra. I'm giving this because I want people to understand why we are here. This is not saga or to please people. When Onyendu came out, a lot of people detest Onyendu. I remember one of my friends, I sent Onyendu link. The guy called me and said, George, please, I don't want to listen to this. I've said it before, one of the programs. And the guy today, his mother, is booking mass for our leader. Having said that, I just want to acknowledge those that have doing wonderfully, sincerely, the hardcore IPOBs across the globe, those that believe in fundamental core values of IPOB, without any shred of doubt, without no fear of favor, standing on that oath we took an oath to restore Biafra. Not for me. I don't have a permanent friend, neither a permanent enemy. As long as you're doing what is being said, I have no issues with it. But the day you deviated is the day you become your worst nightmare. As you all know, we are not here for prejudice or to malign. Anything we say here is as it is and with evidence. Our sources are 110%. So tonight my monologue is, firstly, I want to reiterate because a lot of people have forgotten. You know what the cabals are doing is to drift attention of the reality. But like we promised them and we told them that anything that have beginning have an end. Chike Doziem is no longer the head of Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra. Chike Doziem is leading Biafra community on whatever you want. You might be in exile. I haven't got a clue, but I'm letting you know tonight, if you're not aware. The purpose of this is for every assembly to understand that what we do here is not about gravitating about facts, but we'll give it to you the way you might not like it. But like I said, what transpired in Aba on the 31st of March was abomination in our land. Onyendu said, for Biafra to come, we must be white and whiter and whiter than snow. Onyendu said, if we kill our own, Biafra will never come. That is why Onyendu make it openly. That Wazirike, you see him flip-flopping. Because in this world, one thing that stands the test of time is truth. I'm letting you guys know tonight because at the end of the day, we owe nobody no apology because what we are doing is what Okeke have called us to do. So what they're doing is to deviate your attention from the onslaught that went on in Aba, and we say no to that. This man must be held accountable of their heinous crime in Biafra land. As I go forward in this program, I will be showing you the facts about how they have compromised the lives and the security of our people by their single act of treachery against our leader and IPOB at large. Now, when what took place in Aba took place on 31st, I did program on that same 31st, and I said I will not comment on this issue until we ascertain what happened. Because when we say things, we don't forget them. I want you to quote me right when you want to quote me. And I came back on forth, and I lay you to bear. I told you what happened. And as I'm saying tonight, China Samoru came on Radio Biafra and was gravitating around and said, misogynist, talking things that make no sense, blame the death because all this was calculated and something that was masterminded, including their erats and their media worms. After they murdered Akpara Wamende, they held a secret meeting, saying nobody should talk about this. But I want to review one thing to you tonight as well. As you all know, the vegetable himself that leading the Biafran community came on Radio Biafra after 15 days of this particular, murder. And he was so, vulnerable that he couldn't even hold a 2-minute or 1-minute silence for the death. He's playing games with the life of our people. Because he was the masterminder with his Arab boy that lives in Kuwait. They call Chinasanwo the faceless monk that lives in so-called desert that's sniffing dust there on a daily basis. He never mentioned what happened in Aba. What does that tell you? And it was hidden. That was not in the camera like I'm talking to you now. I've always said it. Onyendu speaker, Onyendu Mazen Nan kind of talk to us on camera when he's doing Facebook Live. He's on Radio Biafra. I don't know if he doesn't know how to operate, being on, connecting from studio and be on the radio. You don't have to hide your face. Other people, even those that are claiming that they are leaders, all of them, their faces out there. Why are you hiding your face? Not coming out because as I'm talking, you can look into my eyes and you can see. I'm not fringing. Because what I'm saying here is something that dear to me. I have a lot to do to devote this time and my own time and my money to be doing what I'm doing. But Chike Doziem has no balls to mention that those he claimed that he was leading were massacred in Aba. But I want to tell you something tonight. Like China Sanwo-Olu claimed that he called his so-called H&D, informing what was going on. All these are lies. We have sources. Matter of fact, Chike Doziem made a personal call to Akwarawa Mende. You know, sometimes when people are lying or you playing games with people, I cannot get your way all the time. Who sold Abafendi to them? Where was the fund, resource for that Jagatia project went through that they saw no amount of men that were on the street that they were wearing same white, only Akwarawa Mende was wearing black, which is a target. But I can tell you now that Chike Doziem made a call across Akwarawa Mende, told him that they want this to be peaceful. Chike Doziem told Akwarawa Mende that I want this protest to be peaceful. Because Akwarawa Mende was a humble servant. I have been a victim of these monsters. In United Kingdom here, when they set up Umuada, the fake Umuada that come to United Kingdom, I know what it cost me. I will tell you on a very good day. Some people that are close to me know what happened in UK here. Even though I was the only person that questioned the meeting, the para meeting Okachi called. Okachi was not UK national coordinator. And I told him in his face, I don't play games. I fought for Okachi in United Kingdom, but I told him in that meeting, I said, Okachi, you have got no right. After Onyendu have made you the head of medical corps, director of medical for the first time, and which I don't know what he's doing with it today. And you call it a para meeting where we'll have a new national coordinator in the United Kingdom. All these things we are following command and control. After that, I still went through to try to contribute mine to make sure we facilitate this to go forward. I know what happened to me. So Akwarawa Mende.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazin Andikalo on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazin Andikalo. This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazin Andikalo on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazin Andikalo. This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazin Andikalo on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazin Andikalo and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release Mazin Andikalo. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazin Andikalo on a peaceful protest seeking for the
Biafra
release
Alpha
of
Power
Mazin
Media
Andikalo.
International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Protesting for the illegal detention of Mazin Andikalo and asking Nigeria government to obey their own court order by releasing Mazin Andikalo, for he has been discharged and acquitted.
Media International.
This is IPOB online protest here in Abia State. We are demanding for the immediate release of Mazi. As you can see, women, men, and everybody in Abia State are still alive and direct. Protesting for the immediate release of Mazi. This is reporting live in Abia State. This is Abia State for March, protesting the immediate release of Mazi. See the multitudes of people.
Media International.
protest, they are now violent. They are using their right to protest, to demand for this simple thing that federal government should obey court order and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was extraordinarily retribution from Kenya. So we are here live to use the right to protest, to demand for this simple thing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released as appeal court has ordered. This is Sumujuku Writers reporting to you live in Abia State.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. 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 Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest protesting for the release of their leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is ESN. This is ESN. This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and asking the Nigerian government obey their court order and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest seeking for the release
Alpha
of
Power
Mazi
Media
Nnamdi Kanu.
International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.